I wish to welcome everyone and officially declare the meeting open at 9 a.m. Could I remind everybody that Council's ordinary meetings are open to the public and are also live streamed to provide access to all community members. Attendees in the gallery may be recorded, and this video and audio of the meeting will be available to the public on Council's website. On behalf of my fellow councillors and the entire Council team, we would like to extend our sincere condolences to the family for the tragic loss of their child earlier this week. Nothing we can say will lessen the pain, but please know that our thoughts and prayers are with you, and you know that your family at Cassowary Coast Regional Council is here to support you. We ask that everybody respects the privacy of the family. Thank you. I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land on which we stand, the Gulnay people, and acknowledge my respect for their current and emerging elders and those in the dreaming, and thank them for their contributions that they've made to building our community. Would like to welcome Miss Debbie Watson from Cassowary Coast Uniting Church to conduct the opening prayer. Welcome, Deb.
Thanks, Teresa. I feel very privileged to be here today. Thank you for the invitation. Look, I just want to share something with you about the fruits of the Spirit that's been on my heart. And I've given you a readout, so if I lose my place, you can take over and start reading. Okay, so the fruits of the Spirit come from Galatians. So the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. The Apostle Paul, writing to the Galatians about these 9 attributes, they come together to reflect a complete picture of the character of Christ. Love is the first, and it is pure, selfless, and self-sacrificing. It seeks the best for others and even our enemies at all costs. St. Paul also wrote, all you need is love. Oh, sorry, wrong St. Paul. Joy is next. And it is something much deeper than the sense of happiness or gladness from life's circumstances. Peace is the unshakable inner calm that can be a rare quality in turbulent times. Patience sometimes can be in short supply in a fast-paced world where everyone wants what they want and when they want it. Kindness is how we should treat one another with compassion, and then forgiveness will follow. Goodness is living one's life with good morals, motives, as well as doing good things for others. Faithfulness is being trustworthy, loyal, constant, and dependable. Gentleness is the way that we should engage with others, especially in tense moments when unkind words or manners are the typical first response. When we respond with gentleness, it can diffuse a situation and also bring healing. Last of all, self-control. Everyone's personality has negative impulses and qualities, and overcoming these can be a tug of war. But if we put into practice all of the above, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, it will become second nature, and we will see a difference in ourselves and others. Could I ask you to stand, please, while we pray? Dear Lord, help us to live out the fruits of the Spirit. Lord, we pray for the young family that has lost their little one in tragic circumstances. Please wrap them in your arms and give them your peace. We pray that this community gather around them, show them love and support at this time. We pray for the Cassowary Coast. May it be prosperous and safe and a great place to live. Bless the Mayor, the CEO and the councillors as they make decisions for this area. And may you bless their families as well. Help us to be the people you created us to be, to do what you need us to do, to say what you want us to say, and to go in your name. And we ask this in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Please be seated.
Thank you. Thanks very much. You have a great day.
Thanks.
Are there any apologies? No apologies? Declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest. I now invite those present to use this opportunity to make public any prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest in respect of the items in the agenda. Do we have any conflicts to declare? No conflicts to declare. Item 1.1, minutes of the local government meeting, and I now call for a mover and seconder to confirm the local government meeting held 31st of October 2024 as true and correct record. Moved by Councillor Chewy, seconded by Councillor Pervin. All in favour? Carried, thank you. Item 2, business arising from the previous minutes. Has anybody got any business arising? Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Through the chair, can I ask Ms Knoll to come forward, please? Good morning. Just following up from the infrastructure grants, which we know were hugely successful, just a question that has been asked of me. The people that weren't successful, I know we raised that last time, that they are given guidance on what they need to do, but how quickly can they reapply for the next round? Is there a time frame at all? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and good morning, councillors. And good morning, councillors. Unsuccessful applicants, as we stated at the last meeting, they're invited to have a session with our community development officers, and they're advised of the reasons why they weren't successful. The current community grants round for lesser grants, for lesser projects up to $5,000, that's closed at the moment, but we do have round 3 opening for community, the general community projects and initiatives. We only have one round for the community infrastructure grants per annum, so that for the next round of the community infrastructure grants, that will be subject to budget considerations in the 25-26 financial year. But we do encourage community groups to apply for the next round early in 2025.
Thank you. And while you're there, if I may, it's been very exciting news. As we know, the Mission Beach Medical Centre opened on Monday, and through the social media platform, it has, great joy and excitement within the community. There's just a few little comments though that are making me ask this question. So, council was heavily involved, and I think I would be grateful if Ms Knoll and the CEO could share what council's role was in making that facility happen, because I believe if it wasn't for council, there would be no medical centre operating. So if I could just have some clarity and record it in the minutes, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Through the chair, look, thanks, councillor, for the question. I might start with a response and then hand over to Ms Knoll to provide some additional detail. But obviously, council went out in 2022 for a community scorecard, and through that community scorecard, it was identified that there was a significant issue within our region around primary healthcare, and that was identified primarily through the residents that engaged in that scorecard from Mission Beach. Since that time, we've also seen some challenges in Cardwell as well around primary healthcare. So that got council advocating in this space, meeting with North Queensland Primary Health Network to understand what some of the challenges and opportunities are, and that set us in one direction. Council then took the bold and probably courageous step back in September 2023 of actually leasing the facility at 910 Mission Beach Marketplace, so the old TriStar facility down at Mission Beach. It's a 225 square metre facility with the intent that council would undertake an EOI to find a suitable provider to actually run that facility, obviously with the opportunity due to the sheer size of that facility to incorporate things like allied health down there and pathology. So council then undertook an expression of interest process, and through that process, I think we had 2 expressions of interest provided, identified a preferred supplier. The federal government during that time then had funded a program they called the Thin Markets program. So that Thin Markets was $17.4 million that was put towards, I guess, looking outside the box. And some of those initial meetings with the federal government as well as NQPHN certainly was challenging their thinking about what they could do differently and how they could, in a thin market, so a market where there is no or there hasn't been a primary healthcare facility for some time, re-engage that. So Ms. Knoll was sort of heavily involved in that process, but I think I had the privilege of representing our region down in Canberra last week, met with Minister Butler down there and thanked him for the initiative of the Commonwealth to put this thin markets funding, and he actually responded to a question in question time by identifying the Mission Beach and Cardwell in the way that Council, working with the Primary Health Network and the Commonwealth, has managed to get an outcome, and that outcome only has occurred due to the fact that we put ourselves into a position as a local government where we had a facility. We'd undertaken a process of expression of interest, so we had a preferred supplier, which I'd have to say probably streamlined the process by 6 to 12 months, meaning that that facility opened on Monday. But I might hand over to Ms. Knoll, who was dealing very closely with the process of direct procurement and working with NQPHN more recently.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Just to add very briefly to what you've stated, the tender process that Council ran for the initial it was an EOI process for the operation of Mission Beach Medical Centre. Then there was a subsequent process for the federal government's thin market funding. And so there was another very rigorous assessment process which was led by NQPHN, and Council participated in that. So that resulted in Tully Medical Centre being awarded the contract to operate Mission Beach Medical Centre. And I just wanted to, in addition to North Queensland Primary Health Network, there's the Cairns Hinterland and Hospital Health Services. Hopefully I've got that right. It's always, there's too many H's in that. Yes. So, and Townsville Hospital and Health Service, and Queensland Health Workforce Queensland, and also other stakeholders. And the community engagement through this process, both Cardwell and Mission Beach, has been pivotal in enabling this to happen. So this process is the outcome of very strong collaboration between community and all levels of government, and that's recognised at the national level. And this is a pilot for this is the first cab off the rank for the thin market funding program. So we're extremely proud to be part of this process.
Thank you. And on behalf of Mission Beach residents and council and councillors, I'd just like to thank yourself and the CEO and the team for making it happen, because, as I said, the reaction was truly, they were very, very grateful and relieved that the travelling and all that hasn't gone on. I understand pathology's coming in very shortly as well, so it's really moving forward. So thank you to all concerned. Through
the Chair and Council, without that resolution to enter into that lease, and look, it's not core business for local government, and Council did decide to step outside and take that step, and that did put us in the front position for the funding when it was made available, and pleased that the investment in outgoings and rent on that facility will be reimbursed to Council through that thin markets funding. So residents, not only will they not be out of pocket for this facility now, it'll be covered with the thin markets, but I think it's also worth highlighting Dr. Favier and the Tully Medical Centre, because it is a risk for any centre. You're running a very successful centre in a small town to then branch out presents risk, and I think that's where this thin markets funding comes. It de-risks initially, and the hope is that continues to build as a medical centre and a facility, and becomes a standalone centre, and that's what this thin markets funding is about, just taking away that initial risk for people looking to expand their existing facilities. And I think we've always said that hub and spoke model in our region is one that should work.
And just as a rider to that, Mr. CEO, we are still undertaking work for Cardwell, and again, Council supported the Cardwell medical practice financially, and again, that's stepping outside of Council's normal remit, so there's still further work underway for Cardwell as well.
So yeah, I've got some comment to make on that as well. First of all, I'd like to commend my fellow councillors for actually stepping outside the square and taking on a risk that we were taking on a risk on behalf of the community, but it paid off. It has paid off. This collaboration of stakeholders and the funding being used in this way is actually a first in Australia. So well done to the team for their extensive work that they've done on this project, because we know that it took many, many hours and it was at times very time consuming and challenging. Yeah, that's right. And at the same time, I would like to congratulate Dr. Favia and her team for stepping up and listening to the community alongside council, and hopefully the community can now move forward and support the community hub down there at Tully and Mission Beach now, and that's great work. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. No, it's great. It needs to be acknowledged. Has anybody else got any business arising? I've got a comment to make on business arising. There was a comment made about some funds in our financials. So I just wanted to clear that up. At the 30th of June 2024, Council's investments had reduced by $10 million from the $25 million in 2022-2023 to $15 million in 23-24. However, over the same period, Council's cash had increased by $10 million. As a result of investment decisions made by officers throughout the year, Council were able to recognise an additional $1.4 million of interest compared to 2022-2023, reducing the burden on the ratepayers by generating more income. And in recent months, officers have seen higher interest rates being offered for keeping cash in all our accounts rather than investing in fixed term deposits, which is the explanation for that. Hence, we may see movements between our investments and cash. So please be assured that the officers are regularly reviewing this position, and clearly they're very on the ball, and we thank them for that. So I just felt the need to put that out there. Okay. So we move on to 3.1, receipt of the minutes. I now call for a mover and a seconder to receive the unconfirmed minutes of the following meetings. The Traffic Advisory Committee held 11th of September 2024. The Speed Management Advisory Committee held 11th of September 24, and the Youth Advisory Committee held 3rd of October 2024.
So I'm happy to move them en bloc. We're doing all three at once?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
happy to move that en bloc.
Moved by Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Pervin. All in favour? Carried, thank you. Okay, we move on to 4.1, community grants and support. I'll invite Ms Ramsey to come up and present the report. Thank you. Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, Mayor Millwood, councillors and Mr Graffin.
Good morning, Ms Ramsey.
My name is Tanya Ramsey and I'm here to present the community grants and support for Anzac Day and Battle of the Coral Sea commemorations of 2025. The Anzac Day and Battle of the Coral Sea commemorations program stream provides funding for eligible applicants to support commemorative activities for Anzac Day and the Battle of the Coral Sea within the Cassowary Coast local government area. Applications for the Battle of the Coral Sea commemorations is only by invitation to a community group or organisation that has by long-standing custom and practice been delivering the annual commemorations eligible organisation or to an RSL club branch within the Cassowary Coast local government area. Applications to round 1 of this funding stream opened on the 30th of September 2024 and closed on the 27th of October 2024. Note that there is only 1 round per annum for this funding stream. The recommendation is that the Council endorse the following recommendations for round 1 of the 2024-2025 Community Grants and Support Program, Anzac Day and Battle of the Coral Sea Commemorations Program, and extend our appreciation and acknowledgement to these organisations and their volunteers for the ongoing commitment to our community as demonstrated through the delivery of these commemorations. Program applications are not put before an assessment panel prior to being put to the local government meeting for consideration due to the grant round being by invitation only as outlined in the guidelines and this report. The following applications were received with all meeting the program stream criteria. Stream A, Returned and Services League of Australia, Cardwell Sub-Branch, Anzac Day event for $2,000. Alarish Community Support and Recreational Association Incorporated Alarish Anzac Day event for $2,000. Cardwell Battle of the Coral Sea event, auspiced by the Cardwell and District Historical Society Incorporated Battle of the Coral Sea commemoration event for $2,000. Stream B, Return and Services League of Australia, Tully Sub-Branch Anzac Day event for $5,000. Return and Services League of Australia, Innisfail Sub-Branch Anzac Day for $5,000. Direct communication and engagement was undertaken with the eligible organisations Cardwell RSL, Tully RSL, Innisfail RSL, Alarish Community Sports and Recreational Association and Battle of the Coral Sea organisers as auspiced by the Cardwell and District Historical Society under this program streamed and included. Emails advising that the round had opened in October 2024, reminder emails sent regarding extension of the grant remaining open for an extra week, telephone calls to be eligible to organisations, and face-to-face support for the application provided to eligible organisations if required. Funds available. Sorry.
No, you're right. Continue. Councillor Bain's got something to say, but we'll just wait until you're finished,
Sorry.
Miss Ramsey.
Apologies.
No, you're right.
Funds available for the Community Grants and Support Program are provided for in Council's 2024-2025 operational budget with an allocation of $16,000 for this program funding stream.
Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair, and I love being patient. So, thank you, Ms. Ramsey. An excellent report. Thank you so much. I'd like to commend yourself and the team and commend the councillors and the organisation for this investment in these major commemorative events. Everyone knows that I have close links with the Innisfail RSLs and all of these commemorative events. So I'd also like to say, because working with the RSLs, and this is no detriment to the RSL boys or girls, but working with the RSLs has not always been the simplest thing in our region, and the effort that was put in by the team is what I'd like to call out, Chair. The works that you've done, the follow-ups, the confidence and the investment by the council in these events, and just a reminder to everybody, this has been instated so that these funds go directly to the local groups who are organising the functions, then they deal with local businesses to provide the efforts, the works, the different pieces of work. So this is not council stepping away from supporting these events. This is council using grant streams like this for the RSLs to support local businesses, and I think that's the really important piece to keep in mind. We're not stepping away, we'll always be there, but these funds allow the local groups to engage again with local business and stimulate our economy around these things. So just more a comment, Chair. So thank you to everyone, thank you and the organisation, and I'm very happy to move this motion.
Thank you. So further to that, maybe you could talk further to this, Mr. CEO, that the funding streams that we use now are our way of doing in-kind support. So it's a way for council to be able to manage that through our financial systems and to be able to report to that. Is that right?
Yeah, look, through the chair, it's a much easier way of actually measuring council's contribution to community events, to community organisations and important commemorative events like this. And as the council has highlighted, it then supports local community organisations as well as businesses, small businesses within our region to actually grow and take advantage of some of the activities which historically we found that council officers, particularly our parks teams and our open space teams, were regularly running around on Fridays rather than undertaking the maintenance that our community is telling us they want them there undertaking, and increasing the amenity in our precincts and our open spaces. They were busy setting up chairs and activities that we have businesses in our region that are chasing that work. So it
Councillor Littlemore?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to second the motion and also to make a comment on it. This does allow those committees to make local decisions, and as Councillor Baines pointed out, it means that they can support local businesses, and it takes away the perception that council is trying to manage everything. And those local committees are in a better position to call on resources in the local area than council may be.
Yeah.
So this is a commendable effort, and as I said, I've seconded the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Yes, supporting all the comments made. And I'd also like to thank our committees and our RSL members who make these events happen. They're a small band, and we ask community, if you would like to become involved in these events, please do so, because we need our volunteers we just appreciate our volunteers, and we need more people to become part of these activities as well. So yes, thank you.
Very good. I did believe, were we making a register of those people that wanted to volunteer? I thought that we had a comment a while back that there was going to be a register of people who wanted to. Yeah, no, it's our wish list. All right, that's all right. Thank you. Is there any more comments to be made? No? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Ramsey.
Move on to Economic Activation and Tourism, Economic Leadership Committee. Committee members, and this will be presented by Ms Clark. Good morning.
So through to the Chair, today is the Economic Leadership Committee and the recommendation for committee members. The Economic Leadership Committee, ELC, is established to support the implementation of the Growing Stronger Together 2033 Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan. A thorough expression of interest process was conducted, and it attracted 14 high calibre applicants with strong local knowledge, strategic focus and relevant expertise. Candidates were then evaluated in accordance with the ELC terms of reference and by the selection panel. The selected members bring valuable skills and perspectives from various sectors across the Cassowary Coast region and ensure the ELC embodies a wide range of interests. This report recommends that Council acknowledges all applicants received through the ELC EOI process and thanks them for their interest and encouraging their ongoing involvement in future community and economic development initiatives. It endorses the selected members for appointment to the Economic Leadership Committee as recommended by the selection panel following the expression of interest process, with those committee members being Tanya Olsen, Lara Wild, Manu Lyons, Reginald or Glenn Murray, Peter Williamson, Lisa Connell, Sebastian Cavallaro, Dean Peace and Kavita Varghese. It then authorises the Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio holder to formally notify all applicants of the outcome of the selection panel assessments, including endorsed candidates, of their successful appointment to the ELC.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you. Through the chair, I am going to move this motion. This is just the next step in our process with our strategy, and the vast range of different sectors that are being represented in these 9. Is it 9? But it was a very thorough process, and I want to thank the team that went through all of those applications, the expressions of interest. There was 14 and they were all really well presented, and I want to congratulate the 9, and yeah, thank you very much, Ms Clark, because you had to go through all of them as well with all of our marking. So I do want to thank those, and yeah, congratulations.
Anybody got anything further? Councillor Chewy.
If I may, thank you, and well done on this as well. Just a question: if somebody were, for unfortunate reasons, needing to withdraw from the committee, do you call for new people to reapply, or would you go to the people that were not successful in that round to add them?
Yeah, so that would be, as per the terms of reference, that would be up to the ELC themselves. So if someone was to vacate, which they can do at any time, then the group then can opt to either go out for expression of interest or use the existing applicants, depending on what that skill set might be and what they think would make that well-rounded mix for the ELC.
Very good. It's very positive that all those people wanted to be on the committee,
Yeah.
so that's a good thing. And hopefully we get some really good feedback to help us in our decision making. Yeah, you're right. So seconded by Councillor Chewy. Did you get that? Moved by Councillor McLeod. Anybody else got any other comments? No more comments? All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Thank you. Move on to 6, Governance, Environment and Finance, 24-25 Financial Performance Report, and Miss Peters will present. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, I'm here today to present the Finance Performance Report for October 2024. Financial performance highlights include the following. So operational revenue year to date is $51.6 million, which is greater than budget by almost $5 million. Operational expenditure year to date is $36.4 million, which is less than budget by just under $500,000. This results in operational profit year to date of $15.3 million, which is better than budget expectations by $5.5 million. And this, again, is largely driven by that financial assistance grant, which we've spoken about many times now. Your total capital expenditure, including commitments, represents 43% of the $84.8 million budget, and the end of month cash balance is sitting at $79.8 million. A couple of reasons for the variances. I'll go into fees and charges. So fees and charges revenue is greater than budget by just under $120,000. This is largely driven from the transfer station charges, which is over budget by $71,000, which is a great position to be in. This additional revenue is offset by lower than expected revenue in our caravan and camping fees, our building fees, and our animal registrations. It's estimated that it's estimated that approximately $12,000 of revenue was foregone as a result of weekend 1 of the pre-cyclone cleanup. This report is only for October, so next report will include the November figure. 90% of the transactions we've seen were medium or large quantities, resulting in either the $19 or the $24 transactions of revenue foregone. Interest revenue is over budget by about $31,000. Council has currently $25 million invested in fixed term investments in line with Council's investment policy. As I've touched on already, operating grants and contributions over budget by $4.8 million due to that financial assistance grant being paid early. So that wraps up large variances in revenue. Moving on to expenditure. Employee expenses over budget by $250,000, largely due to that 10% attrition rate being applied to the budget. I've raised it in the risks area and we'll continue to monitor that over the next few months. A recruitment freeze has commenced on the 1st of November for 3 months to try and mitigate this risk, and any roles deemed critical will continue to be recruited over this time, but there is that recruitment freeze in place. Contract labour, which is obviously heavily related to our employee expenditure, is over budget by $190,000. A couple of reasons why. So you'll see in the report I have split that out by division. So commercial services overspent by $114,000, largely due to backfilling of vacant positions at our transfer stations and other critical roles within the water area. Currently, at the time of writing this report, which was beginning of November, offers were out to the Labour team members to permanently fill some of those vacancies. Infrastructure services, asset maintenance over budget by $90,000 in contract labour, but there has been a significant reduction in October and November's numbers for their contract labour. Corporate and communities over budget by almost $190,000. This is largely due to additional expenditure in the to support the implementation of the new waste contractor. There has also been a one-off payroll project. Both of those costs will be, once the projects have wrapped up, we'll reallocate those costs to the respective areas of the business. Development environment over budget by $90,000. Again, we're hoping to see this reduce as we go through the December and January period when employees take leave. And just a change in budget assumptions where we've assumed one employee will be split across a couple of areas, but they're actually booking all of their time to one area. Materials and services are under budget by $650,000 due to the timing of the Port Hinchinbrook dredging, just a different assumption to our budget. Our Capital Works programme, I'm not sure what's happened to the table. There was a table here the last time I reviewed it, but the table's disappeared, but the numbers are still the same. So as at 31 of October, $15.9 million of our $84.8 million capital budget had been spent. When you include commitments to that number, it's 43% of our capital budget has either been spent or is committed to be spent. As I said before, cash is sat at $80 million and our risks haven't really changed. So our risk is just highlighting the attrition rate in our employee expenditure, and opportunities are that depreciation, which I will speak about in the next report. So the recommendation is that Council receive and note the 2024-2025 financial performance report for October 2024.
Thank you very much. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Very happy to move this report. The work of Ms Peters and the team is always astounding. We talk about the federal assistance grants all the time and the timing of it, and when will they settle, and whether it's once in this financial year or they sneak across. In essence, though, it really just becomes a difficult bookkeeping piece, really, doesn't it?
Yep.
It doesn't change our income, it doesn't change our expenditure, it's just when that money lands.
Yeah, so it's obviously we report in a financial year. We're still going to receive that cash in at some point. It's just unfortunate where it falls to then the difference of how we've budgeted. So, just a timing piece.
Because this is a follow-on, because obviously we're very supportive of the federal assistance grants continuing and possibly increasing into the future. But it's a subject we speak about a lot, but it's a timing thing that's just Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, like all local governments, we're advocating strongly for that size of that pie to increase, and I think we would continue to put a strong argument forward that our slice of that pie should be larger due to the road networks we've got and some of those external factors. So we'll continue to advocate in that space because they're critical for local governments to be able to operate, to have these unbound grants is critical.
We're also advocating for the timeliness of that to be around the same time, and rather than them chopping and changing whether it's going to be in one financial year or the other. So I mean, it's just something that we're all getting together to try and put some force behind.
And I understand, but it's not something we die in the trenches over either, is it? No. Again, we love the federal assistance grants.
We do love it.
Thank you.
Give us some more.
Yes.
I've just got a couple of comments as well. Where the $12,000 of revenue foregone for the pre-cyclone cleanup. So whilst the community get that for free, we still have to allocate funds from our budget to actually carry out those cleanups. So whilst it's free to you, it still adds up on the budget. So I just wanted to make people understand that whilst it is free, it's not free. Yes, Councillor
And
Baines.
just a thought, thank you, Chair, a thought popped in. We still have to charge ourselves the state levy when we put materials into landfill, don't we? And that's not counted in the 12, so it's...
And then through the chair, we also put on additional staff for that weekend, and I'm looking at the Director of Commercial Services now, and she's given me a nod, so... so it is a costly exercise, obviously one that's really appreciated by the ratepayers.
Yes, it is, but I thought it was good to point out that whilst it's free, it's not free. The other thing was the attrition rate. If that's not met, will the recruitment freeze continue? Or do we have a plan for how we can reduce that overspend? Or?
Oh, look, through the chair, as we've discussed a few times in council meetings, the attrition rate was basically factoring in a 10% attrition rate. So what our typically we would budget for our salary and wages, we've reduced that by that historic attrition rate. It is a positive that as an organisation we have seen some stabilisation, because there's an unseen cost of turnover and attrition in local governments. But we're confident, not just the freeze at the moment, but historically most people take larger portions of annual leave over the Christmas, New Year's period, as well as council's resolution that council officers will be shut for that 2-week period as well. That will encourage additional leave to be taken across the board. So we're encouraged by that will bring things back to where we'd like to see them, but we'll be reviewing that probably post that Christmas into January period to understand, I guess, the impact. And we talked about critical roles. I mean, we need to keep providing water to residents. We need to keep accepting waste at our transfer stations and reuse materials, and we also need to make sure that our sewage systems are still functioning. So there are some roles which are critical, but there are other roles which we would start to see either a reduction in level of service. So that would be a conversation with council. If we continue to hold vacancies in some of those roles, there's potentially some operational initiatives that may not progress in line with the timing that we have put out there, or potentially a reduction in level of service, let's say, in our open space areas or our road areas. So look, we're comfortable at the moment with the management decisions to try and correct that situation, but we would come back to council early in the new year to confirm.
Ultimately, I don't think the community would like to see a reduction in services, so we will do our best to manage the situation. Are there any more comments? No? We have a seconder for that. Councillor Littlemore, all in favour? Thank you, carried. Move on to 6.2, Budget Review 1, 24-25, and Ms Peters will present.
All right, so this report looks at the first quarter budget review process covering the period from the 1st of July to the 30th of September 2024. And Budget Review 1 has been completed to include the amendments to both the capital and the operating budgets, largely a result of those REPA DRFA funding related to Tropical Cyclone Jasper and its subsequent flooding events, plus any other amendments to expenditure and revenue. So the operating result, the proposal is to keep the operational deficit remaining unchanged at a deficit position of just over $1 million. Operational revenue increasing from $102 million to $128 million, an increase of $26 million. Operational expenditure increasing from $103 million to $129 million, an increase of $26.1 million. And then capital budget, increasing the capital budget from 70.4 to 93.1, which is an increase of $22.6 million, which is inclusive of the carryovers from the 23-24 financial year. So it sounds like a couple of big movements there, but I'll go through the reasons why, and hopefully it becomes very clear. So revenue, net rates and utilities. Council has reduced the net rates and utilities revenue budget by $350,000 as a result of the Port Hinchinbrook sewerage concession that was approved by council on the 5th of September 2024. So this was as a result of the early repayment of that loan for Port Hinchinbrook sewerage scheme. Your fees and charges increased marginally by $50,000, as we've seen throughout the financial year so far. Building, plumbing, drainage applications are higher than what we expected, so we've just forecast out that for the rest of the year and hoping to achieve an extra $50,000 there. Operational grants, so this is where the big movement is. So this has seen an increase of $26.4 million. This is largely as a result of those reaper works related to Tropical Cyclone Jasper. So that's $25.5 million of that change. So I think previously when we've spoken to council, we were assuming it was all going to sit in capital. So it's about 36 million, I think is the latest number. We were assuming that was all going to sit in the capital budget. It's actually being looked at by our asset engineering team, and it's been deemed that $25.5 million will sit in operational and the remainder will sit in capital, which you'll see the amendment for. Just a reminder that yes, this is an increase in our revenue, but there's also an increase in our expenditure. So our net result remains unchanged from any of these changes in our operating grants. Other amendments are in the Works of Queensland funding and the DRFA Cat D funding. Since we did the original budget, we've now had these confirmed and we've got the projects lined up ready to go, and some of them have already actually started. Back to that financial assistance grant that we spoke about in the last report, we've proposed a decrease of just under $400,000 there. So we did have, we'd assumed the prepayment for the 25-26 grant would sit in this financial year. We've just pushed that back to be in line with when we've received payment of the 24-25 grant. Small amendment again for the Port Hinchinbrook dredging funding, just to realign this with the actual proposed expenditure for this financial year. Moving on to employee expenditure, increase in the budget of $230,000. Part of it relates to a one-off back pay for the waste transfer station attendants of $165,000 and additional employees in customer service to cover that new waste contract back in August 2024, so that's $50,000. Materials and services, that all relates to what I spoke about previously in the operating grants. So like I said, revenue coming in, expenditure going out, they're just offsetting each other. And then your finance costs, again, I'll go back to that meeting on the 5th of September 2024 when council secured the additional funding for the Port Hinchinbrook sewerage project. We did make a partial repayment of that loan, which then meant we were hit with an early payout amount of $261,000. The agreement at that meeting was to then recharge that out to the Port Hinchinbrook residents over a 5-year period rather than hitting them in the first year. However, council does get hit with that funding in this financial year. And then depreciation, we've spoken a lot about this again, but we've seen a decrease in depreciation by $900,000 as a result of just amendments to some assumptions that were made at budget prior to the transport revaluation being finalised. So we have been able to bring that number down, which is a good position to be in. Moving on to capital, so an increase from $70.4 million and to $93.1 million as a result of partly due to carryovers, which was $14.9 million, slightly different to what we had assumed previously by about $470,000. That just depends on how much we get done right at the end of the year in those last couple of weeks when we finalise the budget. Other amendments of about $7.8 million. So again, we'll see an increase due to the reaper works of $10.7 million. And then a couple of transfers. So we're transferring just under $1 million to reserves as a result of the culvert programme. There's a couple of different culverts involved where tenders have come back significantly over the project estimates. So the team are currently re-evaluating the programme and we expect to have an amendment for that proposal by BR2, which will then likely see if not all of that money move back out of reserves. We're just going to put it in reserves for now. And then we're going to transfer to reserves the Mission Beach CBD project, about $3 million just as a result of update of cash flows. So that's expected to be spent in Q1, Q2 of the 2025-26 financial year. Same budget risks as raised in the prior report, so I won't go into them too much. But the recommendations are that Council adopt the following as tabled in the attached appendices to this report. So amendments to statements for the 2024-25 financial year, statement of financial position, statement of cash flow, statement of income and expenditure, and statement of changes in equity. The long-term financial forecast, the amended measures of financial sustainability as described in the Financial Management Sustainability Guide, and the amended Capital Works Programme for the 24-25 financial year. So there is quite a big agenda attachment that goes with this report.
So you've already mentioned that we do look to recover that extra charge that we got from that loan.
Yep.
In relation to, and should we receive that grant earlier, do you think that'll just be a budget amendment down the track if it comes earlier than we think rather than later?
The financial assistance grant?
Yeah.
Yep. Look, as the CEO mentioned, we are in constant discussion to try and get some clarity on when that might be paid. So if we know anything more at BR2, BR3, we'll make amendments again. But this is off our current assumptions of how we've been paid the 24-25 amount.
Historically, they send a letter a week before end of financial year, so if there was a prepayment, they would probably be wrapped up in the end of year financial.
Any further comments on the report? The DRFA work, so we, have they started?
Yep,
Yes.
they've started. CEO is probably in a
Through
better
the
position to speak.
Chair, I know a number of councillors had the opportunity yesterday to go out on site and understand some of the progress that's happened and the methodologies there. Obviously, a significant amount of those works aren't capitalised here, so there's the amendment to the operating budget and the capital budget, but I understand we're sitting over 30% complete for those works, and contractors still on track to get a considerable amount of that work done before the Christmas shutdown.
We did gain some insightful knowledge into why bits get done and why bits don't get done on our unsealed roads. We were also privy to the fact that Cassowary Coast Regional Council is well ahead of the game and got in first, I believe, to have these works done, and was commended by Shepherd Services, who said, you know, it's really great to see that we were in front of the ball game. So good job to the team for that as well. The other projects that are coming up in the Works for Queensland, is that part of that drainage program that we have? Is that part of Works for Queensland?
The
With
Silkwood
and Marillion,
through the Chair, that's through our DRFA Cat D funding.
which is here also. So
that's been picked up in there.
can we expect that work to be started next week, Mr. Baines? No pressure.
Chair, I'm going to defer to Mr Goodman because I was actually in Brisbane yesterday, and I believe Mr Goodman may have an update for us.
That would be great.
Through the Chair, if you just give me 5 seconds, I hope, to find the update that I got from Mr McAvoy this morning.
Through the Chair, while Mr Goodman's finding that, I might just add, obviously, that movement for the Mission Beach project, that's because our PC date isn't until December 2025. So obviously moving $3 million out of that because we will put that budget back into our budget next year to cover the remainder of the costs. And pleased to say too, with the dredging, there's been lots of movements with our emergency dredging funding, but it'd be great to see those works commence 6th of January in a 4-week program down at Port Hinchinbrook.
PC being
Practical completion.
okay, very good.
Different sometimes to project completion.
Yeah. Thank you.
Through the Chair, the update that I can provide on the works that's been proposed or funded through the Cat D Reaper Works, council officers met yesterday with the River Trust and 3 of the contractors that they are intending to, or representatives of 3 contractors they are intending to utilise. Agreed on, I would say 95% in terms of the scope of works of key drains in and around Marillion and Silkwoods. There are some minor changes pending post that meeting, and clarification on how much we can achieve with the funding that's available. The River Trust advised yesterday that they will be aiming to commence work next week, pending a couple of additional site visits with contractors and confirming where they will dispose of excess material, and we intend to be in a position to be giving a far more detailed advice by early next week.
Thank you. I know we've been going on about this, but I mean, it's almost nearly 12 months since the event happened last, and people just getting a bit anxious and would like to see, I think once they see it actually happening, they'll feel that little bit of maybe a little less angst about what could become in the future. So thanks for that. The other thing is,
sorry, just through that, it's worth just highlighting too the drains that this work is programmed to clean out are on private property. So council can't enter that property and commence works, which is where the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust comes in, because absolutely council could have engaged contractors and had them on site should we have. These aren't council drains, these are drains that deal with stormwater that does run off council land and state land. But the River Improvement Trust give us that ability.
Absolutely, and the trust does provide a bit of agility in that space, which assists, and it's only through the partnership with Cassowary Coast Regional Council and the trust that we're getting to this space. I understand people's frustrations, but I keep saying it all the time, Madam Chair, persistence and patience.
yes, I know,
and we get there in the end, and it will be an amazing result. And that's the first time I've heard that update. I've heard that update this morning. So thank you, Mr. Goodman, and I know we'll liaise as we're going forward in the future. And if people have questions about this stuff, my number's on the council website. Give me a call directly. I am one of the councillor reps. Councillor Littlemore is also a councillor rep on the Cassowary Coast River Improvement Trust. So we're very, very happy to field your questions and answer what we can appropriately. I'm very cautious about fixing dates to things. I had that trouble with Victory Creek Bridge, I believe, several years ago, but the work is coming, and it's only through the partnership with council and the trust this is coming on. So I thank everyone for their patience. We'll see it done. Santa's coming.
So before you leave, Mr. Goodman, I noticed there the black spot program. Can you is that the same as the hotspot, or it's totally different?
Can I
Sorry, I'll put you on the spot.
No,
I've got here increase
fine.
of 210K in other grant funding, including FNQ Rock, Greenhouse Emission, Q Coast 200, 2100 and 2425 Black Spot Program. So when I read Black Spot Program, I also hotspot comes to my head, but I just want to distinguish if they're the same or very different.
Through the chair, we've got apologies. There's lots of programs, and sympathise with councillors trying to maintain and a brief across all of these things. Black Spot program is a program which is externally funded, which is primarily, shouldn't say primarily, is solely allocated to delivering on known safety issues. Transport safety issues.
So those that have a history of an accident or something like that.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Whereas hotspot is not.
The hotspot funding that we utilise is a term that Cassowary Coast Regional Council has invented and utilises, and that's been where we've used that in the past, has been focused on those areas on our unsealed road network, and typically where we have identified this is where we have very short sections of unsealed road between two sections of bitumen. It might be the approaches onto a bridge or a causeway. Those or even crossings of mill lines, Queensland rail lines, areas within a longer section of unsealed road which generally performs well, but there might be a section in the middle which gets particularly rough much quicker than the rest of the road.
Through you, Chair, the two successful projects, there's one at Flying Fish Point Road and Palm Avenue, so it's just installation of raised reflective pavement markers and advisory signage. And there's another one on the Bingle Bay Road, 2 kilometres northeast of El Irish, Mission Beach Road, which is, again, line marking, raised reflective pavement markers, guideposts and some clearing of vegetation.
Okay.
The 2 black spot funding that Council's been successful for.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a mover? Councillor Baines? Councillor Littlemore? Yep. Sure.
Just previously, the CEO mentioned Port Hinchinbrook and the commencement of the dredging. I believe that I could possibly actually heard an audible sigh of relief on Monday when that announcement was made from Tully Heads. It was that loud. But in all seriousness, it's great that we have a start date, and I can report that the contractor's already started mobilising to site. So a great outcome, and I'd like to thank the CEO and his team for doing the negotiations to mitigate as far as possible the disruption to the boat ramp down there. But the feedback I'm getting in the main is, thank goodness it's done, and we can put up with a little inconvenience.
That's right.
Thank the team.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, further to that, yes, I asked for their patience and cooperation during the dredging process, and yes, I know they might be annoyed that they can't use it for a little bit, but at the end of the day, short-term pain for long-term, well, it's not a long-term gain, but in the short it is a gain, so yeah, great work.
I think through the Chair, Mr Goodman's team have negotiated with the contractor to try and bring that forward a week, so we are having access provided again as close to the opening of the barramundi season as we can. I know there'll be a lot of individuals down there after a closed season that extends across a couple of months to get back out on the water.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favour of that? Carried, thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Baines moved and Councillor Littlemore seconded. We now have Natural Environment and Sustainability Strategic Framework presented by Mr Anderson along with Mr Sides.
Through the Chair, good morning, councillors, and thanks for the opportunity to talk on item 7.3, which is Natural Environment and Sustainability Strategic Framework. The development of this framework is an identified action items within Council's operational plan of 2024-25, item number 59. The objective of the framework is to detail the natural environment organisational priorities and regional investment areas in 5 key areas, being that of biosecurity, which includes such things as the development of the biosecurity plan, currently about to go through a second round of community consultation, coastal and marine, and in particular our coastal hazard adaptation strategy, community sustainability, such things as marine debris and beach cleanups, natural environment associated with reserve management, fire management, for example, and the final pillar of climate action, which looks at such things as managing the organisational's carbon footprint, but also such opportunities as offsets in that space also. So the framework itself, while it provides guidance for those 5 investment areas, it also aligns with other similar strategic documents such as local laws, planning scheme, foreshore management plans, ECDEV, and also our tourism strategies. So consultation for this framework obviously went through the councillors and executive management team, a range of our regional community conservation organisations, the Cassowary Coast Natural Assets Management Advisory Committee, and our own internal senior leadership team. So the report recommends that Council adopts the Natural Environment Sustainability Strategic Framework, as is attached within the report, utilise this framework to prioritise organisational regional investment in those key areas as I discussed earlier.
Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Through the Chair, just Mr Anderson, you've used the word investment in the report. Could you just explain further what that might mean? Thank you.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Thank you very much for the question, councillor. So when we talk about investment, it is where obviously council looks to fund either through operational or capital programming, but also those external grant opportunities as well. So it gives an area where we obviously develop policy in terms of the positioning of the organisation in this framework elements, but also aligns us then for those other funding opportunities, whether it be internally or externally.
Thank you. And should this be approved today, that will be on our website, those?
Through the chair, certainly, councillor, it goes on the same master planning one as we see the foreshore management plan and those other strategic documents that council
And
has.
could I just acknowledge to the public that our team of men here have embraced the November Movember. So if you're looking at our office and thinking, what is different about them? That is what, and we just like to salute. They have embraced it with great relish, I have to say. I'm looking forward to the 1st of December. Anyway, that's another story. So well done, gentlemen, on the moustaches, and Mr. Goodman as well, and Mr. Valente and those others down there. Mr. Councillor Bain's wife apparently donates so that he won't grow a moustache for November. But anyway. Yeah, so thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to take away from the report. Well done on the report, but I just wanted to acknowledge the work that you've done on your face.
Through the chair, thank you very much. And also why I have this opportunity to thank is also prior to me coming to the organisation, which obviously has been a short time, Damon Sides, who's with me today, certainly picked up a lot of those, the key investment areas and kept those moving along. So it is really been appreciated.
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. Again, more a commentary piece. And I'm going to go back to the point you made earlier around, national firsts. And Cassowary Coast punches above its weight regularly for a small to medium-sized organisation. The astounding works that we do in leadership in this area, not just in our FNQ Rock region, but also across the state, is noticed. This sort of stuff was mentioned I was at Reef Advisory Committee meetings yesterday, and people are already aware within both levels of government and our partner stakeholder groups about the great works that we're doing in this area. So I'd like to commend Michael and the team. Mr. Anderson. Also reiterate the words around Mr. Sides and the work that Mr. Sides has continued to do. Damon and I have there we go again. Mr. Sides and I have worked together for the last 9 years. But we are leaders in this space, Chair, and we are doing great works in the area. And I'm very happy to move this report and accept the
I look forward
strategy.
to all the money you're going to bring back for us, Councillor Baines.
Don't you wait, Santa's coming.
Thank you, that's great, to the natural environment and sustainability. Did you mention that there was something that is out for consultation at the present time? Is that the biosecurity?
Through the chair, that's correct. So the biosecurity recently through the roadshow, and then the draft plan itself will be finalised this week, and then should be on to your say next week for a consultation prior to coming to the local government meeting in January.
So they can further comment through your say on that.
100% through the Your Say
Okay,
website.
and if anybody's got any probing questions they want to ask, where should they go?
Certainly through the customer service or customer inquiries, that obviously come through to my team, and happy to take any questions.
Okay, fair enough. Any further comments? Oh, Councillor Littlemore, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, officers, for this report that you've presented today. Our Cassowary Coast trades on its natural environment. People come here to see the cassowaries. They come here they may not necessarily see the subject of the next report about mahogany gliders, but certainly it is a key driver in our economy, although people don't necessarily realise that. And I am today going to call out those few environmental vandals that are so self-obsessed with their quad bikes that they can't see beyond their front wheels.
Rightio. All right, so we had a mover, we got a seconder. Councillor Chewy. All in favour of that? Thank you. Okay, and we'll move on to 6.4 mahogany glider policy.
Through the chair, again, thanks for the opportunity to present on item 7.4. So the background, the development of this mahogany glider policy is again identified in action in our operational plan, item number 67. The objective of this policy is to develop and implement strategies that support the long-term viability of the mahogany glider, which is listed both at a federal level and state level as endangered. So the main threatening processes, which obviously the policy looks to aim to respond to, is such elements as habitat loss and fragmentation, inappropriate fire regimes, weed invasions, and inappropriate grazing management, along with other items listed in the report. So the policy, as an attachment 1, it looks to, in partnership with the community, industry, and also obviously the range of, or the other 2 levels of government, build community awareness of mahogany glider conservation efforts, manage the impact of development and council managed projects on the mahogany glider population, identify and establish habitat for the mahogany glider in terms of corridors and then their movement and dispersal areas, and also undertake innovative research and community projects that enhance the mahogany glider welfare and population viability. And finally, look at invasive plants and animals, and particularly through that, primarily through that biosecurity plan as mentioned earlier. So consultation for this policy development occurred obviously with councillors and executive leadership team, the recovery team, which is in place for the mahogany glider, the Cassowary Coast, again, our Natural Assets Management and Advisory Committee, and also our senior leadership team. And also should note that this is probably the first of our local government having a mahogany glider policy in place. So based on that, the recommendation is that Council acknowledge the endangered status of the mahogany glider in the wet tropics and its significance as a regional species, adopt the policy as attached in the report, and seek to implement those policy outcomes across all Council's operations.
Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Mayor. As Division 1 councillor, the mahogany glider habitat, I believe, is primarily in my division, and so I'm most certainly happy to move this report. They're cute little buggers and we need to try and save them as best we can.
And further to the report, I just wanted to make clear that this development of this is not making any new areas. It's all areas that's already been identified in the past. It's just cementing the way we go forward with how we conserve those areas and how we best work around those areas if there need be any work done in those areas. So yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that in case, Pete, this brings back bad vibes from many years ago. I can remember when all of the mahogany glider reallocation of land was happening and those type of things. And I just do want to refer back to your comment about quads and four-wheel drives on beaches, that we do have policies in place for those types of things, and I urge that anybody out there that has any issues with those to report it to our customer service so it can go through the system. There is a system and process, and unfortunately Council is not the police. We are limited to what we can do, but we are trying to manage those unsightly actions, you know, within the best of our ability as council. So I do take on board your comments, and we'll see what we can do in that space. But going back to the mahogany glider, yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair, and far be it from me not to make a comment on this one. Again, and now we can say this is a world first. There is no other local government in the world that has a Cassowary mahogany glider policy.
No, our only competition, I would say, would be England.
Would be close, and they don't. So that we can boldly say that, and I think it's something, again, to be very proud of, because I did not say it in the last motion, but the Cassowary Coast, the beating heart of the wet tropics and the birthplace of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. So again, it's astounding the work we do, and I congratulate all the councillors and the organisation for the support you're giving us in these huge efforts. And yes, I've got to get some more money, but that's my job. I'll work on that.
Yeah, and the mahogany glider corridor is a specific region, isn't it? It only goes through one particular track right up. Where does it start at?
Well, that habitat range goes from
say, Barrett's Green, Mockingham Road area.
Yeah.
To Navigawi, south of Hingham. That's
Yeah,
it.
very interesting.
That's
That's
the only
it.
spot they live on the planet.
That's it. On the planet.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, and probably a further two. We thought they were extinct for 100 years. So it really is an amazing effort towards because they are very cute little animals.
Very good. So we've moved it by
Yeah.
Councillor Littlemore and seconded by, we have a seconder, Councillor Baines. All in favour of that. Thank you. Harry, good job. Thank you.
Chair, just while Michael and the team, Mr Anderson and the team are here, on the point of the quad bikes, there is we have on the 4th of December got a science in the pub, which will talk about the nesting little terns.
Through the
And
chair, yes, that's
at
correct.
risk of quad bikes racing up and down our shorelines and our beaches, it would be good for those individuals to understand what impact that can have on these endangered species.
Certainly through the chair, that's at the Shanty Cafe on that date as described.
Can you explain what it is?
So the Science in the Pub is an activity that, again, is in one of the pillars of the earlier framework that we discussed, where we go out to places, pubs, obviously, or cafes and that, support the local business, especially at Mission Beach, given the current works that are undertaken there, but also same time talk about topical issues. So this is the third one we've done within that Mission Beach area. The first one being the impacts of the recent summer heat associated with the coral bleaching. The second one was associated with a microbat that was discovered, hasn't been seen, but the sound, the whole story there, sound version goes and has been discovered again within that Tully area. And then the third one coming up is the Little Turn, which is next Wednesday at Shanty Cafe. From here, we're then looking to go out further afield to places such as Meena Creek, to Innisvale, and then looking at those fit-for-purpose presentations that we're, depending on what we can come up with. So, yeah, so certainly is a program that's only been in place for the last 5 months, but again, it's one of those natural environment framework elements that we talked about previously.
How's the attendance?
So the original one, which I think there was some shortfalls in the advertising, we probably have it around the 15 to 20 people, but we then moved it to a new location, being the Shanty Cafe, and we had over 35, probably 35 to 40 people there. And everyone had dinner, had a couple of beers, and yeah, have a really, really enjoyable night, and stayed on after that as well. So it's good for that economy component, but also at the same time it puts across some of those real key messaging. And I think the setting associated with either being a bar or pub or a cafe means it's something you can enjoy the time, plus listen to that, really informative speeches. So yeah.
Good to hear. There's no punch-ups there or anything like that?
Certainly no fighting while I was there.
Very good. Sorry, I have to ask. Okay, thank you.
No worries.
We move on to 7.1, expressions of interest. Mullins Sport Hall, and Mr. Valente will present. Okay, thank you. Come on up.
Good morning, councillors, Mr CEO. I'm sure you'll recall in the September local government meeting was resolved by council to adopt the master plan for the facilities at the Tully Showgrounds. It was also resolved at that meeting that due to potential multiple users of the Mullins Hall, that we'd put that facility or the occupation of that facility out for an expression of interest. And this report is the outcome of that EOI. So the EOI was released from 11 October 24 to 29 October 24. There was only one expression of interest received, and that was from the Tully Gym and Tram Club Incorporated. They provide all necessary data in relation to their governance, community, economic benefit, sustainability, and importantly, their intention for the utilisation of the Mullins Hall. That data was then assessed by 3 senior officers in accordance with Council's community use of assets policy, and it was compliant. So it is therefore recommended, following that process, that Council apply the exception contained in section 2361B2 of the local government regulation to transfer Council's interest in the improvements on that land to the Tully Gym and Tram Club Incorporated, pursuant to a facility use agreement which will contain the following key terms. The user is the Tully Gym and Tram Club Incorporated. The premises are the W.M. Mullins Sports Hall at Tully Showgrounds. Term is for 5 years from 1 December 2024. The rent, there is no rent, but the outgoings are incorporated into the fee, which are $1,498.75 to cover utility charges. The permitted uses are sporting and recreation and club activities and associated or ancillary uses. The ownership of the buildings under the agreement will be transferred to the club. Recommendation 2 is to authorise the CEO to execute the facility use agreement on behalf of council. And thirdly, authorise the CEO to ensure ongoing compliance with the terms and conditions of that agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Valente, well done. It's great that the hall's being utilised.
Thank you.
Just some clarification on what the gym club, should this get across, use the hall for, and can they potentially lease it out? Not lease it out, hire it out to other groups for events or functions?
First of all, we encourage all users of facilities to hire out the facilities where possible and where it's compatible to raise revenue for the ongoing maintenance of their facility. So we always encourage that. In the case of the gym club, they intend to expand. They have a wait list, and I think their intention is to expand their younger classes and groups into the Mullins Hall. They have indicated they will open it up or make it available for hire for yoga classes, Pilates classes, things of that nature. And I think their intention is maybe also to have, it does have, as you know, kitchen and bar facilities in there as well, and maybe have more social events in there as well as part of their club.
And probably won't happen, but is there rules around they won't be able to change the name? I just thought of that now. It'll forever be the Mullins, because we as locals have known it for always to be the Mullins, and I just wondered if there's some sort of part of the agreement in the, that they cannot, the name has to stay the same, or can they potentially change the name if they felt they wanted to? And it's my thought process. Nobody's had this discussion with me.
Yeah, to be honest, we haven't contemplated that. I think there is a naming policy in council, which they need a resolution to do that. If they do it internally, if they change it to something else, that's a matter for them.
Just a comment. I just think it's a tremendous investment made by the Tully Gym and Tramp Club into our community, and something for the young people of this community, which there isn't a lot of. Good to see. Wish them all the best on their venture, and can't wait to see all those people that are on the waiting list join. Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair, and through the Chair. Rocco, we had discussions about this, and we see in the financial resource and implication. I've already up for 2 cans of Coke today, so I may as well do a third. Rocco.
For another day.
So in the financial resources and implications piece, we talk about the net annual position and savings that roll through the depreciation benefits and some of the other costs that it saves us. But is it a fair comment to say that, and not just this agreement, but all the agreements that we have where these organisations are taking possessions of the building, they then have the opportunities to look at varying funding grants that councils would probably not be able to apply for, and then they can apply them to these assets with our permission? Is that?
Thank you, Councillor Baines. That's correct, and that's reflected in a couple of ways. The agreements in Tully Showgrounds, we've made 5 years. Again, most grants will look for 3 years at least. So that's the reason for that term, is to allow them greater opportunity to apply for grants. We support those clubs in applying for those grants. We encourage them to do it, which we are now doing, in fact, this week on Pavilion 1 as well, to support pickleball and applying for a gambling grant to upgrade that.
Councillor Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Valente, in relation to the lease, are there any options for the club to apply for an extension, even if it's at council's by motion of council?
Through the chair, no is the short answer. Some clubs who have taken up facility agreements at the showgrounds have asked that question. We have said no because of the reason that the master plan is not a strategic plan. So there may be a strategic plan for Tully Showgrounds. We don't want to be hampered by agreements locking us in for long terms. So we have just simply said we will reassess in 5 years. There will usually be a place at the showgrounds for them, but there are no options that would bind council long term beyond 5 years for that reason.
Any further comments? Happy to move it. Moved by Councillor McLeod, seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All in favour? Carried, thank you.
Thank you.
Been asked to just have a break for 5 minutes, please. Thank you for your patience. We shall reconvene our meeting at 10:49. We go to 7.2, prioritisation of council road upgrades, and this will be presented by Mr. Goodman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, the last two community scorecards have clearly identified community desire to improve the CCRC road network. Part of the agreed response, Council has previously adopted an unsealed road improvement plan. One of the medium-term priorities within that plan was to develop a policy for prioritisation of sealing unsealed roads. Further, in the 24-25 financial year, the current year, Council has allocated $800,000 for this purpose, and Council holds $424,000 in reserves for the same purpose. There's a lot of purposes here, apologies. Primary purpose of this report is to identify projects to be delivered utilising this funding. The previously adopted prioritisation of council road upgrades policy provides a framework for council's consideration and assessment of proposals to upgrade roads, specifically to provide a structured and transparent approach to the assessment of upgrade of unsealed roads sites, with the final decision made by councillors. Amendments to this policy are included within this report. The rationale for that is that during the assessment of unsealed road sites, it was identified that the 20% allocation for safety, and particularly within the guidelines of that, 10% of the scoring being associated with whether a road was a school bus route or not, was, in the view of officers, skewing the results. This is particularly relevant, we believe, within the Cassowary Coast transport network, where in a lot of council areas, the only public transport, or something which resembles public transport, would be the school bus route. But particularly in our area, there's quite a lot of buses or other vehicles that are used to transport labour to our agricultural industry. So we are recommending within this report to adopt an amended policy where the allocation for safety is reduced to 15%, and that the whole of life cost benefit is increased by 5% to 45%. Noting that there is already an allocation of 20% for the amount of traffic on each section of road, and there is an indirect association with traffic safety based on the amount of vehicles that are on the road. The list of roads, final specific recommendations on the projects we are suggesting should be adopted by Council today in this current capital works budget. They have been scored as per the recommended adopted policy, and there's an extensive table of segments of road that have had an assessment that comes from a shortlisting, which was based on whole of life costs that council officers put forward, but also there's a number of roads there that council has requested be assessed as well. All of those road segments are included within the report. The final specific recommendations have been adjusted for site-specific factors that are not considered in the policy, and these include recent capital works, whether there might be dust strips on those sections of road, other available funding, and potential changes in traffic patterns. The highest scoring road, as per the recommended amended assessment model, is Ranch Road. However, council officers are not recommending that that first section of Ranch Road be sealed in this budget, and that is primarily associated with significant capital works that have been undertaken on Ranch Road in the very recent history. That being resheeting of the road, and we would expect to get significant, and the users of Ranch Road to get significant benefit of that investment at least until 2028. The gravel pavement that is used when we do a resheet is a different specification to that would be used when we do a bitumen seal, and so we would lose a lot of, if we advance with Ranch Road in this year's budget, we would lose the value of that investment that council has already made. The next two roads on the list were Granadilla Road and Jubilee Road, and they scored quite closely to Ranch Road. There are some other factors which also outside of policy that we're recommending worthwhile considering, and that is that they have had some minor reaper works approved, which will allow us to improve the formation, which should reduce the cost of any upgrade works. They also have isolated bitumen seal strips in the middle of the section, and this will allow us to reduce the amount of seal gravel sections across our network, noting that every time we go from a seal to an unsealed road, that interface is always a problem for us to, well, it's a problem, not just for us, for every road manager to manage that interface. It's a place where it's difficult to maintain, and a place where there is always potholes occurring. The three roads sections that we're recommending to council to progress with this year are on Granadilla Road and Jubilee Road. And I've within those, it's not included in detail within the recommendation, so I'll just go through those now. The project estimate for the first section is $230,000. That's on Granadilla Road. The second section on Jubilee Road is it's the first section on Jubilee Road. The second site that we're recommending is on Jubilee Road, with an estimate of $540,000, and the third is another section on Granadilla Road with a project estimate of $580,000. If council, regardless of where council decides to allocate this funding today, there'll be a process that needs to go through and some detailed design, and we can then finalise the exact scope that can be achieved with the available funding. The section on Granadilla Road, the third one, between Chanage 1500 and 2080 is on a long stretch of straight road, and so if we can't achieve the full amount, it's already between two sealed sections, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if we have to cut that section short to make the works equal the available funding. There is a third recommendation which provides a short list of sites that council could utilise as a short list. I think I said that twice now. For future upgrade works, and this would certainly be relevant as we develop the Transport Asset Management Plan this current year, but there are other strategic documents that Council may utilise that list for, and that might be something like the corporate plan, which is under development at the moment. Councillors, the recommendation is that 1, Council adopt the amended prioritisation of Council roads upgrade policy, and 2, approve these sites for upgrade to seal, funded from the 24-25 budget and reserves from the road improvement program. Grenadilla Road, chainage 960 to chainage 1,190. Those are in metres. I haven't said that specifically before, and if anybody's wondering, that's from the start of the road, distance from the start of the road. That's not in the recommendation. I'll go back to B. Jubilee Road, chainage 3,140 to chainage 3,680. C. Grenadilla Road, chainage 1,500 to chainage 2,080. And the third recommendation is approve the proposed upgrade rankings as follows, so that they can be utilised in the development of the Transport Asset Management Plan and other strategic documents. And those roads are Ranch Road, Section 1, Jubilee Road, Section 1, Barrett's Lagoon Road, Section 1, Grenadilla Road, Section 2, South Davidson Road, Section 1, Ranch Road, Section 2, Scougall Road, Section 1, Warrabullen Road, Section 1, that's on the northern end of Warrabullen Road, and Ranch Road, Section 3.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make comment on where we have changed the percentages for the way in which this is weighted, but I do want to put emphasis on the fact that because the percentage is reduced for safety, that does not mean that council doesn't have a high priority on safety. So I just wanted to make that very clear. Of course, safety is probably our highest priority on the list, regardless of what the percentage is, but the way that it was weighted, given that it was directed at school bus, which we do get as important, but there are many other factors that have to be considered at the same time, such as how many residents live on the road, where the road is, what the current state of that road is. So I just wanted to make that clear, that that's not the purpose of the reduction in the percentage. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. With your indulgence, I do have several questions, if I may. And I'm going to start winging it now. So, Merv. Thank you. There's an extensive list within the recommendations. There's also a really long list in the background of the report. So I think the point I'm trying to raise is that Council is considering lots of different roads in our regions. There's also other funding models that don't sit under this program, is there not? So, say, hotspot funding, for as an example. You know, so there are other opportunities for the roads on these. We're not saying that these roads in the recommendation today are the only ones we'll consider in the future. There's other streams. Is that a fair comment?
Through the Chair, absolutely yes, that there are other funding streams and other opportunities to make improvements for our unsealed road network. And I think if we go back to the sort of basic premise of the policy is, while councillors will put in front of councillors' recommendations, the ultimate decision is yours. So if there are, and even within this report, we have taken into account external funding. In our recommendations, we have taken into account where there are external funding opportunities and where that might benefit the unsealed roads that we're recommending for improvement this year. So yes, it's the intent of recommendation 3 is to provide a short list where you would likely go, but there's nothing restricting council from making other decisions.
No. One more?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So that's a great segue, because I had this discussion yesterday at the Reef Advisory Committees with government departments and with the LGAQ, and I spoke about the assessment model and the matrix that you've put together, and I commend your team as well on the work you did with the Dead Sea wetland mapping and to help inform the environmental weighting within these projects. So the one question that came out of the meeting yesterday from other local governments is, would the Cassowary Coast Regional Council be willing to share this sort of matrix or this sort of assessment model with other councils, so they can see what we've got and how we're doing it?
With some indulgence from the chair, there's a saying that was provided to me, doesn't matter who by, but it's something that I have got a lot of value from, and that is that a rising tide lifts all boats. So there's absolutely, if other councils could get some value out of the work that we were doing, we had always doors open and would appreciate the opportunity to share the good work that we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman.
So the list that we've got in front of us, the on the table, doesn't include all roads, and this list is open for change as well. It's just the ones that have already been assessed. But should there become roads that are not on the list that you wish to have on the list, or you think deserve to be on the list, there's always the opportunity to bring that to officers' attention so that we can reassess, because this is not set in stone. We can reassess. Some of these roads might actually have usage change for all we know in the meantime, and so.
And regardless of the point of order, Merv's comments earlier were there are many other funding opportunities out there.
That's right.
In this space, and they were some of the subjects that were raised yesterday.
That
there are other opportunities, and some of these roads that score really highly in that environmental weighting would lend themselves to those sort of applications, I'd suggest.
If I could just expand on that,
Sure.
Chair. Yes, it is fair to say that as officers we've have been heavily focused on those costs for maintenance. That's where our focus has been, and it has actually been a little bit of an eye-opener to us about the going and doing that assessment and looking at those environmental assessments that have been done by the state and understanding where they have assessed them as being of very high value and others that are not of high value. And so, that the whole of life cost benefit is only 45% of the recommendations that, or the weighting of the recommendations that are in front of you. But yeah, I guess that it was a surprise to us as we went through there that Barrett's Lagoon Road is under the assessment model that we've adopted is the highest scoring road of this group in terms of the environmental benefits of sealing that section. So that there is this policy has brought new things to the forefront of officers' mind in terms of assessment of priorities for roads. But yeah, so if there was environmental funding that was specifically around protecting waterways and the environment, then a road like Barrett's Lagoon Road would likely go to the top of our recommended list with decision made by council.
Absolutely. I think one of those streams just came out, so we'll have to read the fine print carefully. Mr. Littlemore.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Goodman. It is Mr. Goodman, yes, thank you. On the bottom of page 154, under risk implications, you detail the financial risk, and I'll read it in case people don't get there quickly. All sections of road assessed have a greater whole of life cycle cost as a sealed road than as an unsealed road. Any proposed upgrades will incur a net cost over the long-term financial plan. Could you put that into English, please? Not that it's not in English, but explain it perhaps a little more clearly, given my surname.
Thank you, Councillor Littlemore. The not always a strong point of mine, I've been advised, is to provide succinct advice in readily accessible language, but I'll try. What that is essentially means is that from a narrow perspective, which is council costs, it will cost any of these roads that council seals will cost council more over the life of that asset than leaving it in a sealed state. Unsealed state. Thank you for your clarification. Now, I guess what well, I should just stop rather than keep talking and check whether or not that was sufficient for your explanation.
Yes, thank you, it is. Can I supplement the question with another question? Does this mean that we've addressed all the roads where the whole of life cost was less than a sealed road? Because we have been working on the program for a little while.
Through the chair, if I've understood your question correctly, when we started this analysis, Cassowary Coast, I'll take one step back. Cassowary Coast Council is, we are advised by some external experts who've come and had a look at the data that we've got, is possibly in a better situation than any other council in Australia in terms of the knowledge and data that we have in terms of on our unsealed road network. And that means we've got very good detail on exactly what we've done and where we've done it since about 2014. When we first started talking about this program, we suspected that because we know there are some roads where we do an awful lot of maintenance in compared to some other roads, that the whole of life cost analysis would demonstrate that we were actually better off to seal that than to leave it as it is. What we found is through our analysis that that's not the case. But that's how we shortlisted, and so I have said to council before, what you're seeing or what council officers have shortlisted is the least worst in terms of financial impact, and it's not significant. It would be in the order of $3,000 to $5,000 per kilometre per year. I mean, that's fairly significant, but that's the order of additional cost that council will be taking on to seal any of these unsealed roads, if based on internal whole of life costs.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. As a new councillor, I certainly appreciate the history and the explanation. It makes my job a lot easier when it's clear. Thank you.
Because when you get out there, everybody thinks that a sealed road is always the answer to all the problems of every unsealed road, which we know in some instances isn't the case, because sometimes the sealing of an unsealed road actually brings on a safety issue at the same time. People probably won't understand that, and if they want to understand that, I can explain it at some other time. But yes, there are instances when it's not a great idea. And also further to that, we have been advocating to the LGAQ and to the state and federal governments, because we are part of the Cleaner Roads Runoff Project, which is our team are working very hard to collect information to feed back to them so that we can get more funding to provide better solutions to runoff into the Great Barrier Reef, which they so much want to protect. We're probably, being the wettest place in Australia, we have the most unsealed roads too, I believe, in our area, or we'll be close to one of the areas or local government areas with such a high amount of unsealed roads, so they need to really be brought to the forefront and make them understand that, you know, we need their help along with everybody else's to make this happen. So, are there any further comments? Do we have a mover? You'll move it? You'll second it?
Sorry, Chair. Can I, just through the chair, I'd like to speak against the motion and just put an amended motion forward. It's not, look, it's more to clarify the intent of the original motion and not contradict this motion. But the motion I'm looking to put forward is that Council adopts the amended prioritisation of Council road upgrades policy as per the report. And 2, approve these sites for an upgrade to seal, funded from the 24-25 budget and reserves from the road improvement program. A, Grenadilla Road, chainage 960 to chainage 1190. B, Jubilee Road, chainage 3140 to chainage 3680. C, Grenadilla Road, chainage 1500 to chainage 2080. And number 3 is probably where the biggest change in the amendment is approve the proposed upgrade rankings as presented in the report to be utilised in the development of the Transport Asset Management Plan and other strategic documents. We're not putting forward a short list of roads for the future. It's more off the table there for Council to consider in years to come in further budget deliberations. My reason for this is I feel the amended motion provides further clarity to the intent of the original motion. Council has adopted the prioritisation roads upgrade policy. The policy provides criteria for ranking, prioritisation of Council road upgrades, and yet states the final decisions regarding any upgrade request rests with the Council, and consideration available of funds and comparative assessment. As such, I do not wish the recommendation to exclude other priority roads that are contained within the table in the report.
So to turn that around.
To turn it around,
so
instead,
really it's
part
removing
3
the A, B, C, D, E, F, G and
part 3
replacing it with
the table.
those ones that are in the table or those that we might like to add to the table.
short.
So we're not this, and I do believe that this was not intentionally to name all those roads as secured on the list, but this is more about just changing the wording so that we have the ability
Better open
to
scope, yeah. Got some
work
more
with
open
the
scope.
scope that's within the table below. I'll second it.
Yep.
Yes, Councillor Baines.
So I can talk to the proposed amendment now.
Absolutely.
I'm still confused. I'm curious. I mean, all the other roads are in the list. Item 3 here is indicative of what has flowed out of the assessment model and the matrix. So, I mean, I think that, to me, is sensible. It's an approach. Mr. Goodman, I'll stop calling you Merv now. We've had enough fun there. Mr. Goodman has already said that in the future these do come for council recommendation and council decision. So, I don't think the wording in here links it to these roads will be done in any particular order in this fashion. I'm really having trouble understanding what you're trying to change. But when I'm done, by nature of council and how we do these things, they're all there on a list. And as these projects come forward in further budget deliberations, that's when we can have those considerations and conversations. Are you concerned that the other roads won't flow on because they're not sitting in recommendation 3?
That's correct, Councillor Baines.
But I mean, they are sitting there in the background, and I think, you know, I just don't see where you're trying to go with it. But that's just me. I'm a little confused in this space.
Thanks, Councillor Baines. So in item 3 there, you've got the list of the roads there. For example, I'll use Ranch Road. So with the matrix, things have changed in comparative to that road recently. We are spending some money on that road at this point in time. It's ranking high up in the list at this point in time. And a lot of these roads on this list have been identified as they are the highest priority. So it's just given it's given to the community. They're seeing that these are the roads that are going to be done. You know, you've labelled these in here. You've taken, you know, in the table you've got a lot more roads, but whereas here you just identified certain roads. I think if we can just go back and just leave it a bit more open ended there.
Councillor Jessup.
Yes, Councillor Pavan. So are you proposing to take out the word rankings? Is it the ranking that is bothering you?
No, it's just remove that list of roads that are in there and just have as per the actual report. So it's the report, within the report, it's actually got the table of all the roads that have been prioritised at this point in time with their rankings in relation to the safety, environmental, whole cost of life. But we're not identifying these certain roads. That's all I'm asking for, is just to remove the list of roads there and just have it relating to the actual report item, which identifies the table of roads prioritisation.
Councillor McLeod.
I'm sort of on the same page as Councillor Jessup. In number 3, it actually says approve the proposed upgrade rankings. So they're proposed, we're not saying we're doing them, as follows, as they can be utilised in the development of our transport asset management plan and other strategic documents. I don't see anywhere in there that says that these are going to be the next ones on the ranking. Me personally, I'm just saying we're just asking us to approve the proposed upgrade rankings.
So I get where Councillor Pervin's coming from, because they've been listed as A, B, C, D, E, F, G and H and I, that it would be perceived by some that they would be ranked in that particular order. And I get that it's proposed, but when you put a proposed list in a way that it reads there, that it could be perceived as that is actually what's going to happen, whereas it's meant to be simply a proposal of that, but referring to the table. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Ranch Road 1 is going to be A on the list, but as it's written there, it could be perceived as that. So that's the indication that he wants to take away from.
Yeah, I see that, but even if you go to the list as well, they're still in that same order with numbers beside them anyway. So they're going to get the same perception with the table, because the table actually is listed in the same ranking as what they are there, already there.
Yep.
So, anyway.
Yes. Councillor Littlemore.
Mr. Goodman, could you provide some clarification perhaps? So, for example, at the top of the list with A is Ranch Road number 1. In our discussions about this whole program, am I correct that Ranch Road number 1 is perhaps not likely to be in even next year's program because of the current works that are happening? Or did I make a mistake in my thinking there?
Through the chair, it's worth pointing out that the works have already been delivered on Ranch Road 1, so that resheet work is finished. There is no formal budget allocation at this stage for next financial year. But hypothetically, if I try to answer your question, if council decided to make an allocation in next year's budget to seal, unseal roads and asked advice from officers, we would be not recommending Ranch Road 1 at that stage, because we would be taking into account the other factors, which include which is the case that resheet has only just occurred this year, and the advice we would review, but would expect that it would be the same, is that sealing Ranch Road 1 before 2028. I have a tendency to say 2018, so that's what I was checking myself. 2028 would not be best case of community funds.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. So as a final comment from my side, I mean, I'm not supportive of the changing of the amendment or the amendment, because I think what we're discussing here today is the new assessment model and the changes to that matrix, and the table in line 3, and I think councillors Jessup and councillors McLeod have already mentioned it, just flow out of that the large extensive list down the bottom. It's just how they flow out because of the matrix. We're not saying that they're the roads we're going to do.
We know that.
I know,
We know
I know,
that,
but
does
I mean, I would suggest we have to have some confidence in our community members, and they need to have some confidence in us, and we can explain that to them. There is a huge list, and all the roads aren't there, by the way.
No,
There's a large, extensive list there, so I just think it's a moot point. I think we can speak to it ourselves without changing a recommendation, is my point.
I beg to differ, but anyway, that will go to the vote in a minute. But so therefore, this table that sits in front of us would need to be reviewed on a regular basis, going on the fact that Ranch Road would not be sitting at number 1 on the list, given that it's not going to be due, given the works that have been done. So there again, neither of the lists are pertinent to what the actual approved, the proposed upgrade rankings as follows. So I'm just not certain that we should have the list in there.
I'm just back to the point that this has flowed this way just because of the way the assessment model or the matrix is. That's what's flowed, and that's where they are. The decisions ultimately will be made in budget deliberation time by the entire council and our officers, and that's when we have discussions around what roads go here and what roads go there. That point 3 is just highlighting that they're the roads that have floated, poor use of words, but they've floated to the top out of the assessment matrix. It's not saying that we're not going to do your road, if that's what you're concerned about, Councillor Pervin, that people come to us and say, why isn't my road on that list? I think we're barking up the wrong tree, trying to change it.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification. I think recommendation number 1, adopt the amended prioritisation of council road upgrade policy is probably what most councillors are talking about when you, as I think was highlighted by Councillor Pervin in his reasons, that policy provides a criteria for ranking, but as you're stating clearly that the final decision regarding any upgrade rests with council in consideration around available funds and a comparative assessment. So whether there's a list in point 3, a list in the report, as you're stating, that final decision, irrespective of that list is there as a policy to guide that, but it will come down to council's decision. As point 2 today, Ranch Road number 1 typically should be a focus for this year's budget, but due to the fact that it's recently been resheeted, economical point of view, it's not there as a priority for year 1.
Councillor Jessup.
Yeah, Ranch Road may not be a priority at the moment, but given the extensive weather events that are probable in the next few years, it may be back on the list.
It very well could be.
So, and as good as the roads have been formed, and we saw that yesterday, we were using this beautiful material on the roads, and they should basically last till 2028. But the uncertainty about the weather events is going to pull another matter into it. So,
I think through the chair, officers will continue to use the weighting that has been provided for in that policy. So if that weighting remains the same and the use of that road remains the same, then that ranking will stay the same, but ultimately it will be council's decision at any point due to the wording in that policy to allocate funding to a road that they see based on that prioritisation. And so I think with this recommendation, the only certainty is that Granadilla Road across 2 separate chainages and Jubilee Road will be upgraded to a seal this year.
Yes, Councillor Pervin.
So through the chair, can I just go back to my amended motion that I'd like to put forward? So item 3, approve the proposed upgrade rankings as presented in the report to be utilised in the development of the Transport Asset Management Plan and other strategic documents. So I'm just taking the list of the roads out of the report. That's what I'm asking for the recommendation. If I haven't got the support here today, I haven't got the support, but that's my amended recommendation I'm putting forward.
So just to reiterate, that means that, did you want the extensive list at the bottom moved up into that recommendation, or they're already sitting in the body of the report, so you're referring to that direct? Okay, all right. Can see that.
Probably wasn't explained.
Yeah.
What you've just said,
Yeah.
as opposed to that whole conversation, that makes
but
works for me now, but I was very confused as well. So
Yes.
thank you for the clarification.
So
So in layman's terms, yes, that's correct. Just off the table, remove the names from the list.
So back to my point though, all we're saying is A through I is what floated to the top in the list. So now we're expecting our residents to go through that list and they can figure out their own A to Z, which could change over time. So I don't, again, to me, that was all about how they flowed out of the matrix, and that's how they sit.
Yeah.
So I don't have an issue with it, but
It's just seen as a false sense of hope that these are the roads that... All right, I'll leave it at that.
Does anybody else want to speak for the council a little more? Yes.
Well, the amended motion is the current motion under
That's
discussion.
right.
So to be clear, yes, I'd like to speak in support of Councillor Pervin's amendment. I think that the list that's in the body of the report is quite clear. The process, people will be able to look at the report and see the
Rankings. Scorings.
the word I'm looking for is the robustness of the process to decide those scores, and I think it will still come back to us to explain why the road with the highest score may not be the next road, given what happens this year, what might happen next year or the year after, and so that's why I'm in favour of perhaps it just going A to I out of the report, which is a simplification of it, and so that's why I speak in favour of that motion.
Thank you.
just as a point, I don't see it as a simplification of it. I just see it as how the matrix flowed out, and they're the ones that are there. It's just logical.
Okay,
It's
so
logic.
Have we got? Do we all understand what the amended motion was about? We have a mover. We have a seconder. All those in favour of the amended motion. So that's Councillor Chewy, Councillor Littlemore,
With a
Councillor
comment.
Pervin, Councillor Jessup. It's all.
With a comment, I don't want to vote against these recommendations because they're very sensible recommendations, and I'm not going to vote against what I believe is just a...
So, Councillor Baines, I don't believe you're voting against the...
I am not voting
recommendation.
against the amended motion. I'm just putting a comment towards it that I just don't understand the premise of changing 3.
So, are you voting with it or are you voting
I voted
against
for it
Okay,
because I'm
thank
voting
you.
for the recommendation.
So that's a unanimous vote for the amended motion, is that right? Did I get that right? Yes? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr Goodman.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. That was great.
We now move on to 7.3, water and wastewater, and this will be presented by Mr Mushimishi. Welcome. And Ms Ball.
Just in case.
Over to you. I know you got a really, really soft voice, so I'm just going to put that up nice and close so that everyone can hear. Sorry.
The Cassowary Coast Regional Council is a registered water service provider under the Water Supply Safety and Reliability Act. Yeah. Sure. One of the legislative obligations is to provide an annual performance report
Dave.
on prescribed indicators nominated by the Department of Regional Development, Manufacturing and Water, the regulator. The data required by the regulator covers details such as connected populations, asset information, water treatment and sewage treatment volumes, staff information, system performance, customer service and financials. The water and sewage data required by the regulator was loaded onto the statewide water information management system and then it's distributed to the regulator. Council also is required to publicly publish its performance with commentary on key indicators. This report satisfies Council's requirements under Section 142A of the Water Supply Safety and Reliability Act to prepare a performance report on water and sewage services for the 2023-24 financial year. Some of the key points in this report is the works done, capital works, some of our operational activity, performance against our customer service standards, and also a few key focus on our capital expenditure for the year. So the recommendation is that Council, one, endorses the Cassowary Coast Regional Council Water and Sewerage Services Performance Report for 2023 and 2024, recognises a 75% achievement against customer service standards. 3, recognises the high level of non-revenue water and supports continued capital expenditure with smart water meters and district metered areas. Endorses increased capital expenditure to reduce the ageing water reticulation network.
Thank you. No, we haven't got point 4 on our report.
Apologies, Mayor. Point 4 has actually been removed subsequently from the report.
Okay.
It's covered within the report.
Within the report. Okay,
Not
thank you.
necessary for the recommendation.
Thank you for the clarification. And thank you very much for the report. Has anybody, yep, Councillor Littlemore?
Thank you, Chair. As the this is in my portfolio brief, Mr. Musumeci, can I ask if there are any areas in the report that are exceptional that you'd like to bring to Council's attention, whether good or bad?
Yeah, so I guess I could probably start with the bad ones first. Our water leakage is particularly not where we'd like it to be. So
Is that non-revenue water?
Non-revenue water, yeah, and that is a focus for our capital expenditure. So we have secured quite good funding for main replacements, and this is an ongoing key focus for us. So we want to be replacing our ageing water mains moving into the future for probably a considerable amount of time, because they were installed at the same time, and so they all need to be replaced. They're all ageing
At the same time, yeah.
like yeah. So yeah, the cast iron mains, 1930s, they need to be replaced, but we can't do them all in 1 year. It's a program. So yeah, it's an ongoing. That's one of our ongoing strategies for reducing our leakage or our non-revenue water, and also the smart water meters and meter replacement program. That's another one.
Councillor, if I can add to that. There's also another comment there through the chair in terms of our water security strategy. So we've secured, subsequent to this report, so this report addresses 23-24, where we submitted a request for wiser funding, and we were successful in that. So that's the $8 million that the officer here is talking about in terms of water main replacement and smart waters. We've also got subsequent funding for our water security strategy. So that is a paper that will subsequently come to council for review and hopefully endorsement in terms of the longer term strategy for water security. And then there will also be in this this financial year a overarching water strategy and a wastewater strategy as well. So the water security strategy forms part of that water strategy, so it's a subset of it. And you will recall, I think it was last month or possibly the month prior, we undertook the urban water security assessments, which were also submitted to council and accepted. So this all forms part of that component, but the report before you today is the report that's submitted to meet our regulatory requirements as well. But key points are ongoing focus on securing water, but also that unaccounted for water or that non-revenue water, which is the key focus of this one in terms of negatives. In terms of positives, there are some projects that have been undertaken in this previous financial year, which are addressed in the report, and then plans for this coming financial year, which we're in now. So again, a little bit of timing in terms of the report being 23-24, and we're now in 24-25. So there are some highlights in there in terms of great works that have already been undertaken with previous years' capital.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, through the chair. I will move it, but great work and congratulations on securing funding. A lot of our ratepayers don't know that the stuff underground for our drinking water and to get away the sewage costs a lot of money, and it's stuff that it's out of sight, out of mind. So it is really great that we got funding because that does help. But the ratepayers don't understand just how expensive that stuff is under the ground and what they're to get essentials that we all need.
Yeah, so further to that, my words exactly were going to be pretty much the same as what you just said, and they're the things that people don't see that we actually do a lot of, and it's great to see that there's a new strategy that's working towards replacing all of these assets that we use every single day that nobody notices, and they've been there for a very long time and they just don't last forever. So they do have to be replaced down the track, and we're moving in the right direction to do that. So we thank you for all your work in that space. And I do encourage everybody that's got a smart meter to get on and download the app for your smart meter, because it's very beneficial if you have come up with a leak, or it can notify you straight away. Also, I would just like to say that if you see a leak, please let us know, because we don't drive around every street every day and look at every bit of grass or road with a leak. So if you do happen to come across a leak, then please report it to customer service, because we only know what we know. So, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to second the motion and then I had the wonderful opportunity, because one of our major airline carriers delayed my flight by nearly 2 hours the other day, so I read the report in its entirety, and I can say excellent report, it's great work. And so third term in over this 9-year period, I've seen the works, and I believe, Mr Musumeci, you've been there through that entire period of the changes and the places we're going, and it's incredible where we are. And this is not the sexy stuff in council. It is not. It's hard underground assets. Well, absolutely, to some it is, but it's not seen as that. And a lot of this stuff is, I think Councillor McLeod mentioned it, out of sight, out of mind.
Yep.
No one realises what's under there, and do they really care? All they know is they flush their toilet, it goes away, they turn their tap on and it comes out. Yes. But it's an astounding amount of work, and I just wanted to commend the team on the report. It was actually an easy read. Enjoyed it.
Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Well done on the report, but a little bit separate to that. Just confirming with you, which I know, level 1 water restrictions are still happening. Yes, and I think everybody thought because we had a nice wet weekend that everything was going to change. So could you just give some clarification as to where we stand as far as staying in 1? Are we going closer to 2? Are we going closer to none? If you can elaborate on that, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Through the chair, we are constantly reviewing. We have another formal review internally on Tuesday next week, pending rainfall, intakes, reservoir levels. So the team are reviewing consistently on a daily basis at this stage. We are hoping to hold off, but that depends on water conservation efforts within the community. So thank you for the reminder. Level 1 restrictions are still in place, so please conserve unnecessary water, and there are details on our website on the difference between level 1 and level 2 restrictions. However, we will be reviewing again on Tuesday, pending, hopefully, a wet weekend. Not too wet.
Well, it was coincidentally, I happened to flick through a social media platform, and 4 years ago today we hit level 3 water restrictions.
Right.
So yeah, so it it certainly does.
It was almost week to date when we were contemplating issuing level 2. So we're watch and wait at this stage.
Thank you.
So if for anybody that really wants to have a good bedtime read, there is a very comprehensive report in the back of this recommendation. So if you want to sit down and have an actual read about all of those things that our wastewater team do, I suggest you get on there and have a look, because it might blow your mind. And further to the water restrictions, even though we do live in the wettest place in Australia, our water supply comes from those small streams and rivers that we have around our area. And yes, we do harvest some of the rain that comes down. We do have large storage capacity, but it's still limited. So we still need to imply water restrictions for that purpose. So, okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour of that? Thank you very much, and thank you guys for your wonderful efforts. We move on to 8.1, and I invite Mr. Horton up here to present, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Good morning, Council. 8.1, our last report for the year. We have nothing for December, so thanks, Council, for the 12 months, and I'll present this last report for 2024. MCU 2434 is material change use for a warehouse, 127 self-storage sheds, and a reconfiguring a lot boundary alignment, 2 lots into 2 lots with the neighbouring properties, just to clean up the access internally between the 2 properties to allow enough distance between both sheds on either lot to allow the 127 self-storage sheds. So the applicant seeks to retain most of the existing structures over lot 10. There's an existing large shed there which has been used for low impact industry for a long time. So that'll remain, and whereas lot 11 will be redeveloped. So as we understand, it used to be the concrete batching plant in Innisfail at Laurie Street. Has now been removed, so all the silos and everything are all gone. So there'll be the development will incorporate 6 single-storey buildings of varying designs. We have 127 by 19 square metres, 6 metres by 3.1 metre units, presenting with a single roller door for access with no windows or other services provided internally to the unit. So the sheds will be purposefully designed to discourage the establishment of commercial activities to ensure that the use is intended purpose. So it's mainly for storage. It's not for motor mechanics or those types of uses. The setbacks are 8.1 metres from the site's frontage of Laurie Street and 0.2 metres setback from the post to the site's northern rear and western side boundaries. Please remember there's an existing unformed road network on the opposite side, which is Wright Street, which then backs onto the school across the road as well, which is Gundy State School. A series of internal access driveways to accommodate all the vehicle movements through the site will ensure the vehicles can enter and exit the site in a forward gear. Accessibility to existing patrons will be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with staff on site during standard business hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m, Monday to Friday. As I said, that single point access is on Laurie Street side, and landscaping throughout and focus on the site's frontage to manage bulk and general visual interests. The development application was impact accessible. Council, we had no submissions were received during that period. It did not trigger required referral to SARA, as not located on state control road or any of those other triggers under the regs. The site's cleared, there's no vegetation there. A flood study was provided, Council, as the minimum floor level of these storage sheds will be at Q50. However, it's been conditioned to ensure that we have those evacuation plans and so forth. I suppose, you know, to the general public that are renting those units and so, just to the understanding that anything above that type of flood, you know, need to know that what they're going to do if we do get a Q100. There's adequate car parking provided as well, Council. The noise and dust, light and all those standard conditions are opposed as part of the application. As I said, the boundary alignment's mainly just to adhere to those two accesses and allow the delineation and the creation of the fence right around the actual compound to this approval. There is some existing sheds in the road of that boundary alignments which will be removed, Council, but however the recommendation is for the development permit to be issued for the warehouse for 127 self-storage sheds and the reconfiguring a lot boundary alignment. 2 lots into 2 lots on land described as Lot 10 and Lot 11 on RP 900924, situated at 12 and 14 to 16 Laurie Street at Gundy Bend, subject to the conditions in Attachment 1. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, Councillor Chewy?
Yeah, and probably I know this in my own head, but anyway, through the chair, security, Mr. Horton. That's obviously like CCTV cameras. That's not, is that part of planning, or it would be up to the individual if they felt it necessary?
Through the chair, it's up to them, but it is fully fenced. It will be secured. It'll have a gate access, as much the same as probably the one in Innisfail in town, where you got the sliding gate, so you'll have access in and out. Also, you got the managers on site during those main periods. So, I suppose when you rent it and then come and see them, they give you a tag and you get access and so forth. So,
Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair. And there's some significant work done on, I mean, they're virtually sealing this whole thing. So I imagine that the drainage, all the drainage conditions are in place, because there will be an increase into the stormwater drainage system, one would suggest, possibly.
Through the chair, that's why the study was done for the flood report and the height lifting and the drainage and so forth, because, you know, we do understand around Gundy Bend there is flooding issues around that area. The site's pretty much sealed a lot because of the concrete batching plant that was already there. So, you know, there's some minor works there, but yeah, drainage is a consideration, and that's been conditioned to discharge to a certain point as per the designs.
Yeah, and not trying to be onerous with this stuff, but I mean, they'd be grated or some sort of pollutant trap, so that, you know, if people are leaving around a heap of plastic bags or stuff, you know, we're hoping they're not going into our stormwater drainage system. Is that part of the conditioning under the new regs nowadays? Or?
Through the chair, yeah, definitely around your design.
Yeah,
you know, there's captures and so forth. There's, you know, there's certain drainage things that can be used. You know, they even, how would I say, to sewer to stormwater. You know, you got different components where it can shut off initial supply of initial discharge to stormwater, then converts to your sewage scheme and so forth. Like that, same with, you know, just general components with bags and storage and collection of that into pits prior to it discharging to the stormwater network.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Councillor Littlemore.
Mr. Horton, in relation to the finished floor level, I see the report talks about Q50. Can you explain why that's not Q100, please?
Through the chair, the reason we deal within the planning scheme for commercial development to be a Q100 in this type of area, the impact and the reuse of the land is too sufficient and impacts on neighbouring properties, because we've got residential properties around that area as well. So we've taken more the precautionary approach around the lower level of that, floor level, and being able to condition that they have their evacuation plans and so forth, and their liability. At the end of the day, it's on the customer or on the owner to ensure that he advises his customers and the approach that anything above that could happen, that they understand that. So it's not a Q100, but because of the land and the area that it's situated in. So council's assessed it that way against the PO to reduce that level on subject of that flood report as well.
Mr. Hooden, the reason I asked the question, I guess if you're a resident and you're aware that there's a flood event, then you have an opportunity to move your goods and chattels to higher ground if your floor level is below 1 in 100, and even it may well exceed that. Whereas in the circumstance of a self-storage shed, the people that rent those units may be nowhere near to actually be able to do anything about it. So I just wonder whether then it's even appropriate for council to insist that there be some messaging on site to let the potential users know that this is a 1 in 50 site. But if it's not a planning matter, then I'll take it no further.
Through the chair, we have conditioned in there the evacuation and the precautionary principle around that, which should be discussed with people that are renting the properties. The other thing is with a lot of people, you take out a self-storage unit, you'll have contents insurance on that component as well. So there is some aspects that the owner needs, and then there's some aspects on the person themselves, and the principles around understanding that, it is at Q50. You may get a Q100 event, but that's, here nor there. It could happen tomorrow, it could happen, in 10 years' time, we just don't know. But there is provisions in here around that evacuation, understanding the property, understanding those components of that flooding, which then should be passed on to whoever's renting that facility.
Councillor Pervin.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Horton. I think the biggest thing is it's uninhabitable. That's, people won't be living on site there. That's the biggest reason for not going Q100, isn't it, Mr. Horton?
Through the chair, when you look at Q100 in commercial residence, and look, when you look at Innisfail, there's not too much out of the water.
Yeah.
Even in a Q50 flood, there's not much left. You go Q100, it's out of the water, the Rankin Street and the water tower.
Yeah.
And that's the Shire Hall. It even comes into the Shire Hall. If we look at a Q100 event, we're looking at the front of Coles underwater in that old car park, on past collection. So when you go to redevelop sites, it's very hard to deal with in a matter of making people reach the Q100. Yeah, if it's a residential dwelling, you got to be 300 mil above Q100, but you got the opportunity to build a double-story building. Yeah. We're trying to repurpose a site that's been unused for a long time, purchased, demolished, and reclassify into a use. So when you're dealing with that, and then you're dealing with past residential areas that have been built in, back in the, from the 50s prior to that, probably in the 20s, in some areas later than that, you got to balance it out. So that's why the reason when you assess it, it says that in your planning outcomes, but in your accepted development codes, but in your POs, performance outcomes, you go back and assess that in the flood report and what impacts that is and how that impacts the neighbouring properties and so forth, and the actual use that's going there, and that's what we've done in this case.
Councillor Pervin.
And just another one, just on the boundary realignment, it's not actually making a new title, it's literally just moving a dogleg out of the existing block, is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. All we're doing is straightening that boundary up, and the existing sheds that are located along there are being removed, which allows the access around the sheds to provide, frontage.
Yep.
So that along that boundary, that single boundary, as you can see in the site plan, it allows that traffic for that compounded area where it's fully fenced to access those storage sheds.
Yep,
on that eastern side of the development.
Thanks, Mr. Horton.
Very good. Any further comments? No? Someone want to remove it? Moved by Councillor McLeod, seconded by Councillor Baines. Sorry, did you have? No. No? All in favour? Thank you, Mr Horton.
Thanks, Council.
Move on to Councillor Chewy's favourite subject, general business. Does anybody have? Oh, we'll go to Councillor McLeod. Sorry.
Let's go to me first. Thank you, Chair. I only have one. Anybody out there who is into Christmas? The Innisfail Rotary. I know we're just dooping our little gingerbread and trees, earrings. The Innisfail Rotary Christmas Street Party is on Saturday from 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock when the big raffle goes off. So if you're around town in Innisfail, come down. There's free jumping castles and lots of stuff for the kids, free face painting, all the rest of it. But I am going to mention that I do have a cracker raffle draw, which has got $17,000 worth of local vouchers from businesses. One of those crackers, there's 20 of them, has got $4,000 in of local vouchers in them. So if you haven't got your ticket, get it before then or get it on the night. And yeah, come on down and have a party.
Just a question. So you have to be present?
So you don't have to be present to win your cracker, but there is, for the first 3 tickets drawn, the first ticket, if you're there on the night, you get $1,000 cash bonus on top of your cracker that you pick.
Okay.
And then the second ticket drawn gets $500 and the third ticket drawn gets $200. So if you're not there, it does go back into the Rotary kitty. So it is good to be there, at least for the first 3 anyway, to get a bit of cash bonus on top of your vouchers that you'll win. But also at that night, we have got our launch of the Renew business shop that is opening in our Renew program. So that's from 4 o'clock. So please come down, check out the Homemade Collection, I think it is called, a new business activating our CBDs. So that is also starting at 4 o'clock also.
Councillor Jessup?
And just to let people know as well, on Saturday there's a Monster Goose at the Alarish Hall. There'll be plenty of stalls open as well. I think the goose tickets will be starting to raffle around 11:30, so get in there, pick up some Christmas presents from the stalls, and support the communities. Thank you.
Councillor Chewy?
Also on the in keeping in the Christmas theme, 8th of December at the Cyclone Shelter, the Fat Tully Family Church are holding their Christmas carols. There's face painting and things for the children, sausage sizzle, gifts can be purchased. The children activities between 5:30 and 6:30, and the carols are 6:30 till 8:30. So that's always a lovely way to celebrate Christmas. And just to change the tone, I would like to, with the families' permission, acknowledge the passing of Greg Heath. Greg was a true gentleman of Mission Beach. He was a teacher at Tully High for 32 and a half years. He was a member of the Mission Beach Lions for 40 years and a life member of the Mission Beach Sailing Club. There was a lovely memorial tribute for him on the weekend. So I would like to pass on condolences to Greg's family, friends and colleagues from myself, from councillors and from all council staff. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. and Mrs. Huxham, who were just here in the public gallery, for their kind gesture of bringing in today a very lovely fruit basket for the staff of Cassowary Coast Regional Council who were dealing with some issues this week. So I would just like to pass on my thanks to the Huxham family for their for being very thoughtful. Is there any more general business from anybody? No? Well, we will close for a confidential, go into confidential. So can I have a mover and seconder? So moved by Councillor Jessup, seconded by Councillor Chewy. All in favour? Thank you. We'll close the meeting. Welcome back. I just asked, can we have a mover and a seconder to go back into the open session? Moved by Councillor Baines, seconded by Councillor Jessup. All in favour? Thank you. Very moved. We're back in business. We'll move on to item 10.1. This will be presented by Mr. McBride.
Morning, councillors. Afternoon, sorry. In summary, council requires contractors to undertake cleaning services across the region for corporate and community facilities, including its public amenities. The purpose of this report is to seek council's consideration of the evaluation report and recommendation to award contract COW 000105 for the CCRC facilities cleaning. It's proposed to award this lump sum contract to Just Focus Pty Ltd, who met all the mandatory compliance requirements and received the highest overall score following assessment of all qualitative and financial criteria. Officers recommend that council accept the fixed sum price per annum tendered by Just Focus Pty Ltd for contract COW 000105. In accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, council delegate the authority to the Chief Executive Officer to enter into a contract, negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated with or in relation to the contract, subject to council's existing procurement policies and practices. Note, Just Focus Pty Ltd, the recommended contractor, tendered amount for the term of the contract and all extensions is 5 years, with an approximate value of $3,671,631 excluding GST, and request the Chief Executive Officer to make amendments to the budget at Budget Review 2 to recognise the additional cleaning contract expenditure related to the new cleaning contract for this financial year, 2024-25.
Councillor Chewy.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. McBride. I won't make any toilet jokes, but it has been a very complicated and sometimes unsuccessful program. Do we have certainty that this company employs enough people? We're a big region, so geographically. So sure. Do we have enough people that can actually, tick the boxes and get the job done?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Through the assessment process, we engage with the successful tenderer in a lot of detail. This was one of the risks that was raised in that process, and they're an existing organisation within the region, and they've provided a very detailed plan about how they're going to mobilise to site, how they're going to onboard their new staff and build their team. So we're certainly satisfied that they can hit the ground running from the contract commencement date and deliver all the services that are within the specification.
Thank you. And secondly, as councillors, we are often rung on a Sunday afternoon because something hasn't been done. Is it possible that we could have a list of the proposed roster for the cleaning program so that if somebody rings at 3:30 and I can say, oh look, they're coming at 4:00, that would make everybody's life a lot easier. So would that be possible to have that
Sure.
happen?
Yeah. Look, as part of the specification within the tender documents, there's a very detailed schedule about when all facilities are being cleaned on which days. In addition to that, when we engage with the cleaning contractors through the assessment process, we saw the demonstrated processes and platforms that the cleaning contractors use, and officers have live communication with exactly when cleaners are on site. So we'll be able to, if there's complaints, we're able to respond, we're able to check when the cleaning was last done, and get in touch with the managers if there's any issues. So I'm happy to share that with you.
Sorry, and should they not meet their obligations within that contract, and I noticed that the contract includes all of the extensions to make up the 5 years, should they not meet their obligations, do we have the ability to do something about that?
Yeah, there's two parts to that. So for a start, with all the options, they are at council's discretion. So if we're not satisfied for whatever reasons, we don't have to extend those options. The second part is there is dispute resolution conditions in the contract, and we can go through that process. And if we need to, they can be addressed through that or terminated if it gets to that stage. Yeah.
Also, I noted in the report that there's separable portions. Have we awarded this contract to all of those separable portions?
Yes, this contract refers to all the portions that are mentioned in the report. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else got any? Councillor Jessup.
Yes, through the chair. So if there's a private function and the toilets require extra cleaning, is that a separate cost to council, or will that be passed on to the people that are having their private function? How will that work?
Yeah, so there's two parts to that. As part of the tender process, the cleaning contractor had to provide their rates for additional cleaning, so we know we can engage them on those rates for additional work. In relation to the responsibilities of cleaning for ad hoc work, some of that we expect there will be across various facilities, but in terms of events, it really is outlined in the conditions of those event permits. Council may be providing some support or may not be, but if we're not, generally it's up to the hirer of facilities to clean up after themselves when the event's over. But yeah, that's a case-by-case basis, I guess.
So if they didn't clean up, we could then bill them for that?
Yeah, most of the agreements refer to that, yeah. Recovering costs, yeah.
Thank you. Is there any more questions? Moved by Councillor Chewy, seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All in favour? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
We bring, Mr. Goodman will present the next item. Welcome back.
Thank you. Councillors, the purpose of this report is for Council to consider submitted tenders for CCW 00282, Stodders Hill Landfill, sidewall lifts 5 and 6. Stodders Hill Landfill has been, the Cell 2 within Stodders Hill Landfill has been operational since around 2014. The current cell is nearing its design capacity. The construction of sidewall lifts 5 and 6 is essential to mitigate environmental risks associated with overfilling. Failure to proceed with these lifts could result in non-compliance with environmental regulations, leading to significant penalties and reputational damage. Moreover, delaying these lifts could impede future landfill development, complicating and limiting operations, impacting residents and businesses. Although the recently awarded curbside contract will implement a direct model by March 2025, municipal solid waste inputs to Stodders Hill will continue due to the Tully landfill closure at the end of 2024 and ongoing community needs. This project is included in Council's long-term financial plan and forms part of the operational objectives. Project objectives for the tender for these works is to construct sidewalls lift 5 and 6 in accordance with the approved design, specifications and environmental standards. This works were released for public tender through vendor panel on 5 September 2024 and closed on 17th of October 2024 with submissions received from 3 tenderers. It is worthwhile highlighting that with financial and resource implications, allowing for project management and some reasonable contingencies, that the current project budget current project expectations of cost exceed the current budget by $77,900. Council officers will be seeking to reallocate budget funds in the budget review 2 within the commercial services division to fund that budget shortfall. Councillors, the recommendation is that Council 1 award CCW 000282 Stodders Hill sidewall lifts 5 and 6 contract to MGN Civil for $1,552,793, GST exclusive. 2, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer to enter into a contract, negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated with or in relation to the contract, subject to Council's normal procurement policies and practices. And 3, request that the Chief Executive Officer make an amendment to the project budget at Budget Review 2 to recognise the additional expected expenditure of $77,908 in the Capital Works program for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Thank you. Any questions? You want to move it? Moved by Councillor Baines. Seconded by Councillor Jessup. I just wanted to just reiterate, you know, because as soon as people hear that word, the closing of the Tully landfill, to make sure that it is only the landfill, people, it is not the transfer station, it is just the hole in the ground being covered over. So I just want to reiterate that, because otherwise people start to get a bit of angst. But anyway, thank you very much, and we've had it moved and seconded. All those in favour? Good job, thank you. Carried.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you. And we'll welcome aboard Mr. McKevitt.
Afternoon, councillors, Mr. CEO. Okay, the reason for this report is to gain council's approval for the 2 extensions to supply of quarry material contract we have in place, which is a preferred supplier arrangement. This arrangement was set up in November 2023 for the supply of quarry materials to deliver operational works undertaken by council. These works are included, but not limited to, construction, maintenance of our unsealed road network, the delivery of emergent and reaper works funded by DRFA, and then delivered internally by council. This preferred supplier arrangement, which is a different procurement approach, has consistently delivered value and shortened that procurement administration and timeframes since its first inception in 2021. So the initial arrangement was for an initial term of 12 months. That's now elapsed, or will lapse tomorrow. It has a further 2 optional 12-month further extensions. So the reason we're bringing this is through reporting on the first year of the contract. It's been identified that we will exceed $1 million in expenditure. Now, according to our internal procurement policy, we must bring that to council for consideration and endorsement of those remaining terms of the contract. So the recommendation is that council notes council's preferred supplier arrangement for the supply of quarry materials, comprising of 5 suppliers. Those are Pioneer North Queensland, Shamrock Quarry, Benassi Farming, trading as Benassi's Quarry, Jenkins Quarries and London Sands. Second recommendation is that council approve the remaining 2 times 12-month extension periods for contract COW 000088, preferred supplier arrangement for the supply of quarry materials with a forecast spend across all suppliers of approximately $3.3 million. And number 3, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009 to enter into a contract, negotiate, finalise and execute any and all matters associated with or in relation to this contract subject to council's procurement practices and policies. Might just note at the end of that, there's an approximate spend of $3.3 million, but under this preferred supply arrangement, there is no guarantee of work to any of those suppliers on that arrangement. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any comments? Happy with that? Moved by Councillor McLeod, seconded by Councillor Littlemore. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the meeting, and the meeting will be closed at 12:53. Thank you.